consume y se genera bienestar y entretenimiento en el mundo. Es la mayor amenaza, tal vez la mejor oportunidad que tenemos en nuestras naciones.
The Inter-American Teacher Education Network, the I-10, is working to improve the quality of teachers with an emphasis on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. In 2019, the I-10 launched the first STEM Teacher Fellowship of the Americas. The Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas, ECPA, is working with governments in the Caribbean to advance electric mobility and clean transport as the sub-region pursues energy independence. Under our Integrated Water Resources Management Program, SETI is responding to the demand of member states for platforms and applications that enable data-driven policies. In the Central American region, for example, we are expanding the scope of Costa Rica's Plataforma Interactiva de Aplicación del Clima Tropical. This tool captures and disseminates real-time climate and water data, promoting resilient agriculture. The Inter-American Committee on Ports is building human and institutional capacity through public-private partnerships to address port modernization, logistics, and security. CooperaNet, SETI's multi-stakeholder platform for cooperation and partnerships, is being relaunched in 2019, responding to member states' call for a more robust hub for cooperation. In a region where 8 out of 10 consumers begin or end their shopping process online, SETI has entered into a partnership with the private sector.
Es una herramienta que sin duda acerca a las MIPYMES hacia la demanda que hoy está migrando a Internet, y con eso pretendemos mejorar las ventas y el posicionamiento de las empresas pequeñas.
As we look to the future, the Executive Secretariat for Integral Development will continue to leverage cooperation and partnerships to expand our reach, proving that together we are much more than the sum of our 34 member states.
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Nosotros estamos una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno, y lo dieron todo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras se aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está teniendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona de adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children. And they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SBDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process, while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno y lo dieron todo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está atendiendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children. And they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
SETI's results for 2018 proves our effectiveness as a development partner, placing people at the center of our work and leveraging partnerships and cooperation to transform policy imperatives into action. With an eye on the rapidly changing global context, SETI is innovating to constructively address the emerging challenges and opportunities for the region. As part of our competitiveness program, SETI is designing precise tools to assess assets and capabilities in the productive sector to determine paths towards higher value goods and services. As our flagship program for partnerships, the Americas Competitiveness Exchange on Innovation and Entrepreneurship, (VACE), will continue to leverage good practices and the power of networks to increase trade and investment in the region.
For us, the role of the OAS is very important, connecting countries, connecting governments and private sector, and letting us know what other countries are doing it and how we can replicate that in our countries to enhance development.
For me, who has come here to look at how can we develop our own ecosystem, our own innovation hubs, our own accelerators, I think seeing this, touching, feeling, seeing the transformation, seeing how quickly you've made it happen, is a testament to what is possible. So I believe all of us leave here stronger than ever.
The Working Group of Experts on Subnational Competitiveness, the GTEX, is our gateway program to promote local economic competitiveness policies alongside municipal and state-level governments, together with the private sector and academia.
Este tipo de reuniones te sirven para darte cuenta de todo lo que se está viviendo en América Latina sobre los temas de competitividad. Y hoy justamente en este sector estamos viendo sobre todo los temas de innovación tecnológica, los que si hablamos de competitividad tenemos que hablar de tecnología. Y me está ayudando mucho para ver el panorama de ver lo que están haciendo otras ciudades y lo que podemos llegar a aplicar también nosotros en México.
The Hub on the Transfer and Commercialization of Technology is connecting and strengthening national innovation ecosystems in the region. Each edition of the Hub trains budding technology entrepreneurs from the region's public and private sectors to take promising products and services from idea to market.
¿Por qué es importante que estemos juntos en esto? Porque la región tiene que estar unida y me parece que hay mucho conocimiento en la región que todavía no está explotado comercialmente como podría ser, y esta es la mejor manera de hacerlo.
Tenemos la proyección de cada año generar y compartir nuevas experiencias entre aquellos que contribuyen a la innovación. Queremos cambiar el cómo lo hemos estado haciendo en Latinoamérica. Queremos generar la unión de los países, queremos colaborar.
Our virtual platform on technology foresight, Prospecta Americas, will support OAS member states in identifying and mapping future trends and technological development of critical importance for the Americas.
Este esfuerzo, el cual viene siendo apoyado por la Organización de los Estados Americanos, nos permitirá tener una gran información para poder mapear estas iniciativas de innovación.
México, Nicaragua, Panamá, Paraguay, Perú, República Dominicana, Saint Kitts y Nevis, Santa Lucía, San Vicente de las Granadinas, Suriname, Uruguay y Venezuela. Tenemos quórum, señora presidenta. Gracias, señor secretario general adjunto. Buenos días, colegas. Como la Secretaría ya ha verificado el quórum, tengo el honor de declarar inaugurada esta sesión extraordinaria del Consejo Permanente, convocada para conmemorar el Día Internacional de Recuerdo de las Víctimas de la esclavitud y la trata transatlántica de esclavos, cuyo lema de este año, o que se celebra este año en la Semana Interamericana de las y los africanos en las Américas, relatos de valentía en las Américas, resistencia a la esclavitud y unidad contra el racismo. Antes de pasar a la aprobación del orden del día, quisiera reconocer y agradecer a nuestras distinguidas autoridades nacionales y oradores por su presencia en esta sala virtual. Les extiendo una cordial bienvenida en nombre del Consejo Permanente. De acuerdo con el artículo 43 del reglamento del Consejo Permanente, aprobaremos el orden del día de esta reunión, documento CP/OD-2370/22. Como no hay observaciones, el orden del día queda aprobado. Estimados colegas, de conformidad con la resolución del Consejo Permanente 1093-2144,
to promote greater awareness and respect for the heritage and culture of people of African descent in the Americas add to the rich diversity of this hemisphere. This seminal week is also meant to invite sober reflections on the challenges that Afro-descendants confront as part of the legacy of slavery and the slave trade. Today's special meeting, therefore, is a call for a frank discussion as to how we may unite in the fight against racism, which sadly remains one of the enduring legacies of the enslavement and trade. Even before arrival in the Americas, enslaved Africans and their descendants courageously resisted slavery. There are numerous accounts of fearless uprisings on slave ships and plantations, which have been well documented in the literature, noteworthy documentaries, and a wide array of films from across the hemisphere. Following the abolition of slavery in the 19th century, many former slaves, while legally free, continued to face societal obstacles which hindered their advancement and led to generational, political, and cultural marginalization. In the 20th century, the world over, civil rights movements were born as people of African descent continued to fight for equal rights and to protest racism and racial discrimination. Even today, in the 21st century, many Afro-descendants systematically face the denial of their rights here in the Americas, where the Afro-descendant population of an estimated 200 million people constitutes about 20% of the approximately 1 billion people who live. This year's celebration of the Inter-American Week features a series of activities, including a podcast episode in which speakers shared their stories as Afro-descendants and discussed ways to overcome racial injustice. An art and poetry competition organized in member states via the national offices, and a webinar on the case for reparations in the Americas, which was organized by the Inter-American Network of High Authorities on Policies for Afro-Descendant Populations, RIAFRO, with the support of the Secretariat for Access to Rights and Equity. Additionally, in an effort to promote the literary wealth and diversity to be found in our hemisphere, and in order to highlight the stories of Afro-descendants in the Americas, we have also introduced the Reading Corner, a compilation of literary works, authors, or about Afro-descendant protagonists. This compilation of book titles is included on your screen along with the documents for today's meeting. Today's meeting will feature an expert panel that will provide valuable insights on various sub-themes related to the topic of slavery, the slave trade, and the fight for equality and racial justice. We look forward to an informative session and a dynamic, interactive discussion with our panelists, who will address observations and questions posed by member states. The chair recognizes that the subject of today's meeting is of interest and that there is a lot to be said on the topic. However, the chair respectfully reminds presenters and delegations alike to observe the 7-minute time limit and thanks you in advance for your cooperation. I extend heartfelt appreciation to the Assistant Secretary General, his entire team, and the relevant areas of the General Secretariat for their dedicated contributions and commitment in organizing the activities of the Inter-American Week and today's special session. Dear colleagues, following the agenda, I am pleased to offer the floor to Mr. Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the Organization of American States. Mr. Secretary General, welcome. You have.
Thank you.
This relevant session. Thank you very much. And while the victims of the transatlantic slave trade are not with us, we have the moral obligation to rectify the microaggressions and blatant discrimination experienced by people of African descent today. On the issue of racial injustice, there is no gray area, no ambiguity or excuse for its occurrence. It is my responsibility as the Secretary General of the organization to raise with concern that only 6 of our 34 active member states have ratified the Inter-American Convention Against Racial Discrimination and Related Forms of Intolerance. Yet, this is the only convention that addresses the legacies of slavery in the Americas and suggests ways by which each of our member states can begin to remedy the scourge of slavery and its consequences that have troubled our countries for 2 centuries. Only 1 Caribbean countries and Latin American countries have ratified the convention. I ask myself, I now put to representatives of this meeting, why? Do we not agree that every human being is equal under the law? Do we not agree that every human being has a right to equal protection against racism, racial discrimination, and related forms of intolerance? This is all highlighted in Chapter 2, Article 2 of the Convention. Do we not believe that it is the duty of member states to prevent, eliminate, prohibit, and punish, in accordance with their constitutional norms, all acts and manifestation of racism, racial discrimination, and related forms of intolerance in one's country? The principle is reflected in Chapter 3, Article 4 of the Convention. If we subscribe to these values of this principle, why then is there a delay in signing and ratifying this important treaty? If national laws are frustrating necessary steps to protect vulnerable communities, then I encourage governments to review their national laws without fear or favor. We must continue to implement the principles set out in the Charter of the OAS to proclaim the fundamental rights of the individual without distinction as to race, nationality, creed, or sex. We are all bound together by our history of colonialism, including the bitter experience of slavery. To overcome the consequences of slavery, which even today continue to haunt many of our societies, we must open the dialogue for reparations. But such a dialogue cannot begin in a meaningful way without the full support of our member states. One important way of demonstrating such support is to ratify this convention, which was adopted 9 years ago. We must be proactive in establishing institutions which cooperate with respect for the dignity of the human person, regardless of race, color, or ethnicity. The center of our efforts must be an acknowledgement that the psychological impact of the transatlantic slave trade and colonial era had made it harder, not unachievable, but harder for our Afro-descendant brothers and sisters to gain access to affordable education and health care, as well as commensurate employment and wealth opportunity. Distinguished representatives, it's no longer sufficient that year after year we should observe this day. It is time for all our states to act. Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to attend this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for your remarks. Dear colleagues, following the order of our agenda, we will now proceed with the presentations of our distinguished guests, beginning with the presentation of Dr. Florence Levy, President of the Commission for the Affairs of Indigenous Peoples, Afro-Descendants, and Autonomous Regimes of the National Assembly of Nicaragua. Dr. Levy, welcome. You have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Ambassador Luann Gilchrist, Permanent Representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Mr. Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendez, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of to the OAS. On March 25th every year, the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade. This day, which was first celebrated in 2028, after approval of Resolution 6222 of the General Assembly of the United Nations, serves to honor the sacred memory of the more than 15 million African men and women who were ripped from their homes and communities and separated from their families and forced to travel in chains for days from the African coasts, where their horrible torment barely began. On some boats, up to 300 men and women were transported in overcrowded, inhumane conditions where they couldn't even stretch out their arms and legs. The horrible past that many hold up as the lucrative triangular commerce triangle between Europe, Africa, and the Americas, in and of itself took 1.6 souls of African men and women. It took that toll. Those who survived were auctioned off in Brazil, the United States, Brazil, the Caribbean, and other areas of the Americas. They were and became slaves in sugarcane and cotton fields. And they worked in the mining industries as well, in tourism industry, in transportation, construction, and all the other industries of the new and old world. It is right to commemorate this day with the theme, Stories of Courage in the Americas, Resistance to Slavery and Unity Against Racism. And more so when we celebrate on March 21st, the International Day for the Fight Against Racism, in light of the imperial forces and their perverse sense of superiority. It was this cruel idea that discriminated and harmed and hurt the African people. This genocide for over 500 years went on. The crime of taking African slaves across the Atlantic continues unpunished to as of the present date. And after this lamentable event that only a few people, it was said that only a few people lost their lives, but we know that's not true. And this continued to be an institutionalized industry, this slavery, a crime against humanity which is unparalleled in history. African peoples and Afro-descendants have full rights, but they were victims of this barbarism, and this is still a debt that's pending that the European countries and North American countries refuse to pay. With this economic and political model of this savage capitalism, which legitimized slavery, and in commemorating this day of remembrance, the people and government of reconciliation of the Republic of Nicaragua recognizes each and every one of the invaluable contributions of the African and Afro-descendant peoples to the building of European and American societies whose lifestyle was forged on the backs of millions of men and women who had spiritual and physical fortitude and incomparable courage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Levy, for your presentation. I now give the floor to Professor Vereen Shepherd, Director of the Center for Reparation Research of the University of the West Indies at the Mona campus in Jamaica. Professor Shepherd, welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, but we cannot see you.
Okay.
There you are.
Thank you so much. Secretary General, His Excellency Louis Amalgro Lemes, Assistant Secretary General, His Excellency Nestor Mendez, Vice Chair of the Permanent Council and Permanent Representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Her Excellency Luan Galen Gilchrist, distinguished permanent and alternate representatives, distinguished permanent observers, friends all, a good morning. I'm honored to have been invited to serve as a panelist for this virtual special meeting of the Permanent Council to commemorate the International Day of Remembrance of the victims of the transatlantic trafficking in enslaved Africans and chattel enslavement and the Inter-American Week for People of African Descent. I must applaud Ambassador Wolf of Jamaica because of his role in getting this day adopted at the UN. Not to be ignored is that we are still in the UN International Decade for People of African Descent, whose program of activities I had the pleasure to assist in drafting while I was chair of the working group of experts on people of African descent. And of course, the program of activities are located within the Durban Declaration and the program of action. I applaud members of the National Council of Jamaica, the CARICOM Reparation Commission, the Center for Reparation Research, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, and all those whose work honor our ancestors. And that's why I congratulate the organizers for choosing the theme, Stories of Courage in the Americas, Resistance to Slavery, and Unity Against Racism. The coincidence of this month, or this event, in a month in which we recognize women, it is Women's History Month. So this coincidence has prompted me to focus my presentation on the brave women in the Americas who said no to slavery and immediate post-slavery systems of domination. Put differently, I use this occasion to sing praise songs to women, especially Black women who were disproportionately affected by Europe's chattel enslavement and who had to use all means at their disposal to destabilize a racist system described today as the greatest organized crime against humanity. I also recognize my own ancestors who were pulled from their places in Cameroon and placed in a space unfamiliar to them. We cannot speak about slavery without talking about liberation and the struggle for liberation. And that's why I invite everyone today to join me in singing praise songs to the women who were a fundamental part of the anti-slavery movement in the wider Caribbean and the Americas. And I'm focusing on women because too many of us use sexist lens to view the history of anti-slavery in the Caribbean. And women may not always have been in the vanguard, but we can't ignore their contribution. So we need to give women their rightful place among the pantheon of male anti-slavery activists who we single out for honor each year. We know about, of course, these men like Kofi, Atta, Kojo, Kwao. We know about Budu, Martin King of the Danish Caribbean, Buss of Barbados, and so many more. But let's talk today. Let us honor today these women. How much do we know about Susanna of the 1823 war in Demerara, now Guyana? What about Fatty, Anne-Marie, Comba, Nellie, Marilee, who endured slavery on Fort Zealandia? What about Nanny of the Jamaican Maroons, Nanny Grigg of Barbados, Cecile Fatim of Haiti, All these women, Harriet Jacobs, Sojourner Truth, Betta Douglas of St. Kitts Nevis, Filda and Queen and Abba of Antigua, Barbuda, and so many more, recognized as quintessential rebel women who embodied the spirit of Black women's resistance to systems of domination. Bob Marley could very well have been referring to these rebel women when he sang, "We refuse to be what you wanted us to be. We are what we are. That's the way it's going to be. We have been trotting on the winepress much too long. Rebel." So as a result of the brutality meted out to these women, they were united in anger and united in the war against slavery, because the conditions under which Africans were brought to the Caribbean and the slavery they endured were so vexatious to their spirit that they vented their own anger at the injustices of slavery. And we must include these women when we talk about abolitionists, because too many adopt the traditional definition of abolitionists, centering British intellectuals, parliamentarians, and humanitarians who led the campaign in the UK after 1783, excluding enslaved people's activism or separating anti-slavery activism from something defined as the abolitionist movement. Now, I don't know if the PowerPoint I sent is able to be screened. I sent that to the organizers. But if it is, I wanted to just cement the idea and show you the photographs of these women so that they can be in our memory. So if we go quickly, just to slides 2, 3, 4, just to, this is the older narrative that only men were abolitionists and UK parliamentarians and abolitionists. Next slide, quickly. Queen Victoria was said to have given us free, not true. Next slide. These are the names that most people know, but these are not the names that we must honor. And on a day like this, we must go to those women in the Caribbean and in the Americas who struggled. Next slide. So we could just go quickly to those women in the Caribbean who we embrace today, so that we can focus on Caribbean women's anti-slavery activities. Next slide, please, quickly. So the new narrative is that resistance is political action, and the street becomes a platform for those who don't have a space in parliament. Those are our ancestors. Next slide. Next. Yes. So these are the names of our men, and of course we honor them, but I want to quickly scroll the women who were activists. So if we go just to the photographs of the women so that they can be identified and honored today. Just scroll down to the women, the photographs of the women, please. So these are our men. We honor them, but if we could scroll to the women. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Just go to the images, please, the photographs. Because all these you can have. Yes, so here are some of our rebel women who we must honor today. Alida, Sally Bassett, Nanny, One Tete, and Solitude. And the next slide will show you some of the names of those who suffered. They suffered. Catherine Brown was convicted of, wanting to be free in the 1831-32 Emancipation War in Jamaica, and James was executed. Next slide.
Professor,
we are ending now.
You.
Yes, so I just want to say, we who believe in justice will not rest until it comes, and we claim reparation for these ancestors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Shepherd, for your presentation. I now give the floor to Mrs. Marilia Silva de Paula, General Coordinator of Monitoring at the Department of Ethnic Ministry of Women, Family and Human Rights of Brazil. Mrs. Silva de Paula, welcome. You have the floor.
In addition to my speech today, for which I thank you, the Brazilian government has been participating and contributing in various ways to the 5th Inter-American Week of Afro-Descendants in the Americas, among which the following stand out: repercussion and official profiles on social networks of the week's activities, nomination of Dr. Marcos Andre Santana Cardoso for a podcast recording, and nomination of profiles of 2 notable Brazilians of African descent. Marcos Andre Santana Cardoso, State Prosecutor of Mato Grosso do Sul, to record a podcast and indication of profiles of notable Brazilians of African descent. Singer Elza Soares and photographer Joanuário Garcia Filho, lamentably deceased in 2021. So around 150 million people of African descent live on our continent. The Brazilian government is convinced that the fact that we are a multi-ethnic and diverse society is one of our strengths. Our peoples, our cultures, and our national identities proudly carry the outstanding contributions of people of African descent. Fighting racism and discrimination and promoting the rights of African descendants are priorities for the Brazilian government, which values the competent forums of the OAS as constructive spaces for exchanging views and sharing best practices. Based on the protections set forth in the 1988 Constitution, which typifies the practice of racism as an imprescriptible, unacceptable crime, Brazil has worked continuously to develop and improve public policies of inclusion. In the last 2 decades, the National Policy for the Promotion of Racial Equality, the National Plan for the Promotion of Racial Equity, the Statute for Racial Equality, and the National System for the Promotion of Racial Equality have built a solid framework of policies and services aimed at eradicating discrimination and ensuring equal opportunities and rights for the African descendant population. The institutionalization of the quota system for Blacks in public universities, in public competitions, and in selection processes for internships in the public administration created opportunities for access in favor of Afro-descendants and shows concrete results. In education, we made the teaching of Afro-Brazilian, African, and indigenous history and culture compulsory in all schools, public and private, up to high school. The purpose is to recognize and value the thought, culture, and religions of African origin and traditional communities as constitutive and central elements of Brazilian society. We established November 20th, the date of the death of Quilombola leader Zumbi dos Palmares, as the National Day of Black Consciousness. The commemorative date marks and inspires actions to fight against racial prejudice in Brazil. In June 2020, the Brazilian government launched a set of initiatives in the area of protecting the rights of Afro-descendants. The interministerial projects seek to strengthen actions of education and human rights as part of the history of slaves directed to penitentiary and public security agents, increase the protection of young victims of violence, strengthen the external control of police activity, promote the continued training of elementary school teachers regarding the awareness of racial equality in schools, and implement policies to support entrepreneurship directed to young Blacks. We have also instituted the National Policy for the Promotion of Equality in Health. We are working on the organization of the 5th edition of the National Conference on the Promotion of Racial Equality an event that should gather in 2023 hundreds of representatives from the government, civil society, academia to discuss the confrontation against racism, ethno-racial discrimination, and religious intolerance, conceived as a state policy and an obligation of all of us. The Brazilian commitment to fight against racism is also reflected in the country's international engagement. In May 2021, Brazil ratified the Inter-American Convention Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, and Related Forms of Intolerance, which was incorporated into the domestic legal system with constitutional amendment status. We take this opportunity to invite other member states to ratify this important regional instrument for the promotion of racial equality, as well as to join the Inter-American Network of High Authorities on Policies for Afro-Descendant Policies. We have looked and considered the marginalization of populations and has led them to poverty and invisibility. Brazil ratified the Inter-American Convention Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, and Related Forms of Intolerance. And this was the moment for reflection in the fight against racism in Brazil. This became part of the Constitution passed in 1988. This is how we have dealt with the issue of slavery. In addition to social rights for all Brazilians, without any distinction, we repudiated and criminalized racism. And thus, there was an anti-racist law for 50, which was drafted to provide regulations and recognize all the crimes of discrimination and prejudice, and the National Secretariat for the Promotion of National Equality, the mission of which is to promote public policies which are geared towards Afro-descendant populations and traditional populations and communities. It is a cross-cutting policy taking into account the various facets of all groups that have to grapple with invisibility and inequality and social vulnerability. 700129 from 2010 became a statute for racial equality, which is the framework for fighting against racism and moving towards equality.
Oh, thank you.
Já estão finalizando.
Yes, I'm actually coming to the end of my talk. And this was to fight racism and provide equality. This law has instituted a national system for the promotion of national equality. The main idea is to take action, and the federal government called on the municipalities to implement this with a view to providing racial equality in Brazil. In addition to the month when we recognize Afro-descendant history, human rights in Brazil, we also try to give the population an opportunity to deal with these rights, human rights. This is a way of making efforts in the Americas to do something, and Brazil created the National Secretariat for Racial Equality as a public policy, and to create a ministry of authorities on Afro-descendant rights, as well as be part of the network for policies for Afro-descendant populations. We encourage others to join the Inter-American Network of High Authorities on Policies for Afro-descendant populations. Brazil has participated in other technical activities with other countries so that we can overcome racism, and we are ready and willing to participate and deal with all of the necessary challenges to eradicate racism in the American continent. And I'm really very moved, and I get very emotional with my own talk, since I have lived through a lot of the things that I've spoken about here. Let me round it off by saying our commitment to fight racism in the region seeks to support everybody that is necessary, with whom we would like to share our best practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Silva de Paula. I now give the floor to Mr. Herbert Nestor Ruiz, head of the Coordinating Center of Afro-Mexican Indigenous Peoples in Santiago Pinotepa Nacional, Mexico. Mr. Ruiz, welcome. You have the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen alike, ambassadors. I am speaking to you from Mexico. As the head of the Coordinating Center of Afro-Mexican Indigenous Peoples here in Mexico. Basically, we are looking at the Afro-descendant population in our country, and particularly we take into account various states and highlight the culture and actually everything that has to do with this issue. The services in Mexico and Latin America looks back at the colonial era as of the 16th century. Africans were forced to leave their own countries. This was done by European countries. The African continent was the launching point for those who went across and had to work in the mines or in domestic situations. With time, the Afro-descendant population was a part of the population, and there were communities that cropped up recognizing their descendants. As of a certain historical moment, social organizations were established with various achievements and goals. And this is very important for us Afro-descendants, who in Mexico were called Afro-Mexicanos. And the constitutional recognition in 2019, where in the constitution of the country there is recognition, and there's an indent 6, which speaks to the existence of Afro-descendants, Afro-Mexicanos in the country. Based on this, there's the cultural composition, which is recognized. This is very important to highlight for the country. We Afro-Mexicans know that it's not enough. There are still reforms necessary so that rights are recognized for our Afro-descendant population. slavery led to poverty and exclusion and lack of a relationship with the state. We in Mexico have to deal with this. As of the constitutional reforms, there is the inclusion of Afro-descendants in the National Institute for Indigenous Peoples and Afro-Mexicans. And in 2020, on a national level, there's a specific framework where Afro-descendants can be recognized in Mexico. This is totally trustworthy, but people have to be always recognized, and we say we have to be treated the same. In the Constitution, we are Afro-descendants, we are part of the country, and we cannot be systematically excluded. There has to be equal pay for all peoples, Afro-Mexicans. In the National Institute and in the Coordinating Institute, this is the only operative office that deals with specific policies for the Afro-Mexican population. It not only looks at the history, but also takes into account other places like Oaxaca. There's still a lot of ground to cover, and we look at how we can link up with other Afro-descendants, and we have the council looking at the constitutional reform, and so this is what we have in Mexico, where it recognizes the rights of indigenous peoples and Afro-descendants in the country. And that's why in this council decision, we can have a voice so that Mexico can have a constitutional reform and give the necessary rights to Afro-descendants. Through the constitutional reform, through assemblies, the Afro-descendant populations are part and parcel of the country. In Mexico, this is across the board for everybody. We are here, and from Mexico, we stretch our hands out.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz, for your presentation. I now give the floor to Mr. Carlos Arana, Presidential Commissioner Against Discrimination and Racism Against Indigenous Peoples of Guatemala. Mr. Arana, welcome. You have the floor.
Could you please request the floor once again, Madam?
I think he has technical problems. Señora Arana, si puede solicitar la palabra, por favor, nuevamente.
Could you request the floor once again, Mr. Arana?
While we try to help Mr. Arana with his connectivity issues.
I beg your pardon, ASG. Could you repeat? Please?
Yes, I said we will try to help Mr. Arana with his connectivity issues. In the meantime, respectfully suggest that you move on to the next speaker.
Thank you, ASG. In that case, I'm pleased to offer the floor to Professor Afua Cooper of the Department of Sociology and Social Anthropology at Dalhousie University in Canada. Professor Cooper's presentation is on Marie-Joseph Angélique and the resistance of the enslaved in Canada. Professor Cooper, welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you everyone, Madam Chair, Secretary General, distinguished guests and presenters. I'm very happy to present this morning at this very important meeting to the day to remember and commemorate the transatlantic slave trade and its victims. I am going to talk about Marie-Joseph Angélique, an enslaved Black woman from Canada, who was executed in 1734 for allegedly setting fire to the city of Montreal. One of the things, Canada is hardly discussed when we talk about slavery in the Americas. There doesn't seem to be a consciousness that slavery existed in Canada, enslavement of Africans from 1628 under the French regime to 1834 when it was finally abolished under the British regime. So Marie-Joseph Angélique was an enslaved woman. She was born in Portugal. She was born in Madeira, Portugal, and ended up on this side of the world. She ended up in the Hudson's Valley, being enslaved by a Dutch family. In 1725, she was sold to a French family, François Poulin de Francheville from Montreal, and she came up to Montreal in 1725 and lived there for 9 years. But her time in enslavement was marked by resistance. She ran away from slavery. She fought with her enslavers. She refused to work. And finally, in April 1734, the fire broke out in Montreal, and she was accused. The fire started in her mistress's home, and it subsequently engulfed the merchant quarters of Montreal. Now, if you know Montreal in 1734, a colonial town, that was pretty much all of the city that was burnt down. Angélique was apprehended. She was arrested. She was put on trial in both the lower court and the Conseil Superior, the upper court, and she was found guilty, brought back to Montreal from Quebec City, and executed. First, she was tortured. She had her legs broken, and then she was taken to the main square where she was hanged. And after the hanging, her body was cut down and burnt. They burnt her body and cast the ashes to the four winds. All this has been erased from Canadian history. It's in the archives, but nobody really talks about it. In 2006, I wrote a book called The Hanging of Angélique, and which sought to excavate not only the story of Angélique, but the story of slavery in Canada itself, because the colonial state engaged in another act of violence. There's a violence of killing Angélique and other enslaved people, but they engaged in another act of violence by basically covering up the story of slavery in Canada. So I also want to link the past to the present, because one of the legacies of enslavement in Canada is that we have this current situation of anti-Black racism, which manifests itself in various ways. We have disproportionate representation of Black people vis-a-vis certain health outcomes, diseases like hypertension, high blood pressure, AIDS, HIV, and most recently in the COVID-19 situation. And also the mass incarceration of Black men in prison. Mass incarceration is a form of slavery itself. Over the past 10 years in Canada's federal prisons, the incarceration of Black men in particular have increased by 70%, 70%. Yes, you heard right. Today, Angelique is celebrated as an early abolitionist, an anti-slavery warrior, a woman who challenged slavery, white supremacy, and anti-Black racism. So I'm going to ask the folks to just show the PowerPoint that I sent. I sent a PowerPoint, and that will wrap up my presentation. We'll just keep going. We'll just keep going through the slides. Angelique, keep going, please. As a warrior woman, as a powerful woman, as a Portuguese woman, as a Black woman who resisted slavery throughout Canada. We'll pause there. I think I have a few minutes. Here she gives her biography in the first trial. She was born in Portugal, sold to a Flemish man. New England basically means New York, and then she was taken up to Canada. Let's keep going, please. Continue. Just continue. I'll tell you when to pause. We'll continue. We'll continue. This is in the period of New France, of which Canada was a French colonial possession. As we know, various ordinances that legalized slavery within the New France. Let's keep going. Thank you. Let's keep going. This is part of the criminal trial process, 11 April 1734, Marie-Joseph Angelique Encendier. Already they have said she's the one who set the fire. She's the arsonist. We'll keep going. The deadly rumor. In New France, you could be convicted just on a rumor. And 24 witnesses were brought at Angelique's trial. And all of them said, all except one, said they heard that Angelique said she was going to burn the city and she was going to burn her mistress. They saw her with a pot of coal going up to the attic. And in New France, you didn't have lawyers. So you could be convicted on the basis of rumor. I've written about that in my book, The Hanging of Angelique, if you care to know more about it. But I also sent a document that I wrote for the Canadian Encyclopedia on the history of Marie-Joseph Angelique. It's only 2 pages, so I hope it can be circulated to the gathering. And the last slide, please. And let's keep going. And the next one. Okay, so here's the sentence and the execution. The house, she was led by the executor to the empty place in front of the burnt houses, where she was hanged and strangled and then thrown into the fire, and the ashes cast to the wind, in execution of the said judgment, date, year and date, which was 21 June 1734. So today we remember Marie-Joseph Angelique as we remember the TAST and its victims. And we also remember that some of those victims and resistors and freedom fighters were in Canada and in both the French and the colonial regimes. Thank you very much. It was my pleasure.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Professor Cooper. To conclude with the initial presentations, I now give the floor to Mr. Carlos Arana, Presidential Commissioner Against Discrimination and Racism Against Indigenous Peoples of Guatemala. Mr. Arana, welcome. You have the floor. is able to
He's,
join us?
he's connected, Madam Chair, but apparently he's still having issues. We can try one last time. Señora Arana, si solicita la palabra, por favor.
Please request the floor, Mr. Arana. We'll try him one last time. He is connected there. I thank you and our ancestors to give us the opportunity to have this meeting. My name is Carlos Arana, currently the Presidential Commissioner Against Discrimination and Racism Against Indigenous People of Guatemala. I'm Garifuna, an Afro-descendant, because of the simple fact that I know where my roots are. Members of the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States, representatives of the member states, special guests, I greet you a good morning and greetings from Alejandro Giamate, who's the constitutional president of Guatemala, and I'd like to first thank you for allowing me to be part of this special meeting and congratulate the Permanent Council for including it on the agenda, the International Day of Remembrance of the victims of slavery in the transatlantic slave trade. And I want to recall that now, because of the efforts, we are able to live today more free, and all those who fought never gave up despite the odds being against them. All of them, everyone who lost their lives in slavery, we're never going to forget them. Nobody in this world deserves to live in slavery. We are born free, and we are entitled to live free. And so I know that only mistreatment and pain and human rights violations were brought to those who were enslaved. So men, women, children were all, because of the transatlantic slave trade, have came to this fate. And rest assured that we will continue to demand a halt to racism and racial discrimination. And therefore, I hail the Inter-American Week for the People of African Descent in the Americas by the OAS, and which allows the contributions of, hails the contributions of in the cultures and societies of the countries of the Americas, and also against stereotypes and racial practices that continue in the Americas and throughout the world. It's undeniable that Afro-descendants over history have provided the Americas and the rest of the world an invaluable contribution, such as ancestral practices in a broad range of languages with artistic and culinary manifestations and environmental stewardship. The state of Guatemala has three currents of migration in the country. The first one, which were date to the times of the colony. Then the Garifunos in the island of San Vicente, and the third current was the Creole people who came from Haiti and with the United Fruit Company. And based on the right to self-identification, which has been reflected in the 2018 census, it has been reflective that they are geographically in 5 departments of the state of Guatemala. And because of this, Afro-descendants have provided great contributions to Guatemala, such as important cities such as La Antigua, which was built by enslaved black persons' labor. Likewise, we must mention that thanks to the intervention of the Garifuna people, today we have the Atlantic coast of Guatemala. In the times of the United Fruit Company, our brothers and sisters of the United Afro-descendant were the administrators and managers and contributed to the economic development of the country. also continue with the current context of Guatemala with regard to racial discrimination. We have to talk about the racial hatred over social networks and the racist messages that are more and more frequent and have affect the health and minds of people. And generally speaking, it violates their rights and their dignity. Guatemala is in a situation that has of discrimination that we've seen over history, and it's rooted in the structure of the state. We should also mention that the Afro-descendant population has been rendered invisible for centuries. Over the last years, organized groups such as my commission have seen the need to recognize Afro-descendants and subsequently try to use development and justice that we are entitled to. And there have been several different initiatives that have been promoted in Guatemala. There was a proposal which promotes the National Day of Dignification of Affirmative Garifuna contributions, and it was the Congress of the Republic approved this. And then there was another initiative, a bill that talks about creating a law against discrimination of the Garifuna, and soon it may be approved. Guatemala has achieved quite a bit when it comes to the Ministry of Culture and Sports and Economy. With the support of the OAS, we held a photographic exposition about socio and cultural economic development of the Garifuna and Afro-descendant people of the country. And this took place in several different departments in commemoration of the National Day, International Day of Garifuna Women, and another law in 2010. There were seminars and fora that were held throughout Guatemala where there's the demands of Garifuna women are discussed and raised. Also, support has been given to Afro-descendant organizations. There was a Maya Phase 3 of the UN Development Program and other country programs that promote the participation of Garifuna people in development plans. Before I wrap up, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say the following that's been said by Makota Andima. I'm not a descendant of slaves. I descend from human beings who were enslaved. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arana, for your presentation. I would like to remind the Permanent Council that St. Vincent and the Grenadines is the home of the Garifuna. So we are especially honored to have welcomed Mr. Arana, and we thank the Permanent Mission of Guatemala for having him here. That being said, I would like to advise the presenters that they are free to submit their presentations to the OAS Secretariat for dissemination to the general membership, as the presentations were quite informative and very important to be documented. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we will now proceed with the dialogue between member states and presenters. Before proceeding, I respectfully remind the distinguished delegations of the provisions of Article 46 of the Rules of Procedure, which states, statements by members of the Permanent Council and officials participating in its meetings shall, in each case, be limited to 5 minutes. The chair shall adopt the measures he or she considers advisable to comply with this provision. Thank you all for your cooperation. Having said that, by a formal request from the Permanent Mission of Peru and with the permission of the delegations, I would like to offer the floor first to Ambassador Forsyth, Permanent Representative of Peru who will make a brief introduction of Ms. Susana Matute, Director of the Afro-Peruvian Population Policies in the Ministry of Culture. Ambassador Forsyth, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and warm greetings to the esteemed delegates. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Peru is participating in this Inter-American Week for men and women alike, Afro-descendants, looking at their cultural legacy, which is part of the rich history of our country for Afro-Peruvians, having built a multicultural Peru with all of our characteristics as a nation. This week is a clear manifestation of all the areas of our life, social, economic, political, sports areas in Peru that we share with countries in the hemisphere. Civil society, other states, and everyone where we have non-discriminatory practices. And here we are very well and much aligned. And as much as I have the floor, through you, Madam Chairman, I would like to introduce Ms. Susana Matute, Director of the Afro-Peruvian Population Policies in the Ministry of Culture. And Ms. Matute is a specialist in cultural matters, Afro-Peruvian culture, and is president since 2018 and part of the high authorities for policies for Afro-descendants, I should say. Thank you very much, and I should like to give the floor to Ms. Susana Matute. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you very much. Good morning to all present. I'm very honored to be here at this time within the framework of this special day, which is the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade, for this week of recognition. This is one of many times to recognize the multiple contributions from Africans and their heresy to the Constitution and the development of our respective countries. And despite the context that we have heard about on the continent and enslavement and slave trade, it's undeniable that their knowledge, practices, culinary wealth has contributed to science, culture, arts, and spiritual life, in addition to other areas, with quality and energy. Unfortunately, they are still very much invisible in many of our countries. And this is a time when we have to evaluate and reflect the progress that has been made that have to do with some of the reparations steps that states have taken for Afro-descendant populations of the continent. We have to think about complying with the plan of action which the OAS approved in 2016 for Afro-descendant men and women alike in the Americas. We have to look at how much we progressed with regards to this topic. This is something which has been said, and that is ratification of conventions against racism and against discrimination. The convention actually has had a lot of stumbling blocks when it comes to justice, for example, in the face of hate crimes or racial discrimination and other cases that are tried when they're actually reported in the various countries. And the lack of compliance of the convention is a problem for men and women and children who complain about this. It's also a time to think about affirmative action and public policies, plans and programs, and other things that have been put into action by the OAS and have been implemented by the OAS, but it's been done looking at culture, men, women, children, LGBTQ, Afro-descendant populations who need to still enjoy the fruits of these laws or conventions. But it's also time to think about what is going on with regards to the situation of millions of inhabitants, Afro-descendant inhabitants that are part and parcel of the continent. We have to look at the studies and the reports and the technical aspects done by the different international organizations. Now, with the pandemic, the situation has been exacerbated, but we have information that we are in a vulnerable situation. And then, finally, as a member of REAFRO, also the Inter-American Network of High Authorities in Policies for Afro-Descendants of the Americas, REAFRO, once again, we encourage one of the representatives of the government in this network, in which we work in a very coordinated, cooperative way. There have to be actions to contribute to stopping or ending the socioeconomic gaps that affect people in our region. Thank you very much for your indulgence this morning.
Thank you very much. By formal note from the Permanent Mission of El Salvador, and with the permission of the delegations, I'm pleased to offer the floor to Ambassador Vasquez, who will introduce Mrs. Marielba Herrera Vega, Salvadoran anthropologist and Afro-descendant. Ambassador, you have the floor, sir.
We just got a note from the ambassador saying that to offer the floor directly to Ms. Herrera, Madam Chair. Sorry.
Thank you, SG. My apologies. In that regard, I'm now pleased to offer the floor to Mrs. Marielba Herrera Vega, Salvadoran anthropologist and Afro-descendant. Mrs. Herrera, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. I'm very honored to be here to speak to Afro-descendants, ladies and gentlemen alike. This was a wonderful commemoration this day. We have to look at some of the statistics of Afro-descendants in my country. And in my country, we have made a lot of contributions and also have had our own history. Much has been looked at in different places, in economic areas, for example, in the area of cocoa cultivation, in iron and other areas, including sugarcane production. These aspects have been very crucial for our history and give us a time to look at the far-reaching history which has led to an appreciation of these activities. We can also say that we have some other outstanding Afro-descendants in my country, in academia, in different organizations. And this is a renaissance of our history, which emerges from enslaved Africans throughout the Americas and is part of the set of histories that we have. More recently, we have been able to identify different men and different people who are part of the historical network and have generated this history in my country and have played different roles in the society, both during the colonial times, but also during recent times when we look at inequality and so on. Over the course of time, we have a lot of different issues that we have looked at. Now, we've always looked at a lot of the cross-cutting areas, and we've done this through the history of enslaved people, their children, men and women, and where there has been the need to set up and not erase history. So in our country, we're looking at different times where we can create the necessary frameworks so that we can use what is available to us and look at some of the needs. This in El Salvador has led us to look at a lot of the enslaved peoples, their history, and the quest for pinpointing where things actually happened. This is the time when recognition of the enslaved people, recognition of things that were done, and uplifting these people, knowing where they were located and where we have been able to identify this part of history. We have looked at the torture of people. We've looked at the leaders who were tortured and were discriminated against when it comes to these enslaved people. This has also taught us the part of history of El Salvador and where we have been as Afro-descendants. Based on all of this, there are also other aspects that have to do with the population, and that's why these practices have led to different aspects that have to do with our nation and where we now move towards recognizing full integrity of Afro-descendant people. We have had to deal with discrimination, and we have put together an entire framework. Now, all of this has been very important for all of us, and we're at a moment when we look very closely at these situations, looking in the past at the enslaved peoples, the institutional aspects, and how this has affected people, so that we can now try to reconcile these aspects, and we can look at what this country will be. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to comments. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Herrera. The floor is now open for participation by member states. I call on the alternate representative of Antigua and Barbuda. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Antigua and Barbuda associates itself with the statement that will be made on behalf of the Caribbean community shortly. We regard this occasion as one that honors the memory of the victims of the transatlantic trade because it is right that we do so. Because discrimination and intolerance continue to plague their descendants in many parts of the Americas. Except for the countries of CARICOM, Black people are still fighting for equality and equitable treatment and continue to be relegated to the margins of society. Madam Chair, it is deplorable that in the 21st century, indicators in the fields of housing, education, health, employment, infant, child, and maternal mortality and life expectancy continue to show vast disparities for Afro-descendants when compared to the rest of the population. This organization has repeatedly said that ridding the Americas of the scourge of racism and racial discrimination requires multilateral solutions. In June 2013, the Inter-American Convention Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, and Related Forms of Intolerance was opened for signature after 7 long years of negotiations. Regrettably, almost 9 years later, only 11 countries have signed and only 6 countries have ratified. This delegation is sorely disappointed that many of the predominantly Black countries of the OAS, which have a greater responsibility to uphold and implement this convention, have neither signed nor ratified it. CARICOM countries where Afro-descendants are our majority and occupy all levels of business, government, and society have a moral obligation to insist on the same rights for Afro-descendants everywhere, particularly in those jurisdictions where their rights are routinely and structurally denied. Delegations should be alarmed at the recent effort in at least one of our member states to revise the historical record of slavery in all its brutal forms by the removal of educational material from schools and books from libraries. This, Madam Chair, results in deliberate and inexcusable distortion of facts relating to slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. Delegations should take note and publicly decry the new forms of voter suppression of Afro-descendants that is currently underway within a member state. Had this deprivation of electoral rights occurred in other member states, this organization would have acted under the Democratic Charter to insist on compliance with its principles relating to democracy. Madam Chair, Antigua and Barbuda believes that it is a woeful failure for this organization that it has not done more to champion the case for reparations for Afro-descendants in the Americas. In this connection, my delegation welcomes the public call for reparations to begin now by the Secretary General Louis Almagro. Other ethnicities have rightfully received reparations for historical wrongs perpetrated against them, yet almost 2 centuries later, Afro-descendants have not received reparatory justice for slavery, the profoundest of historical wrongs. The excuse that a country cannot apologize and atone for an act that was not a crime at the time of its commission is morally unjustifiable and not acceptable. Madam Chair, member states should be wary of a very insidious contemporary form of racism, and it is the deliberate obfuscating of issues relating to Afro-descendants. On many occasions in this organization, when the plight of Afro-descendants is advanced, the response of some member states is, discrimination is everywhere, or all lives matter. These responses, Madam Chair, are designed to shift the focus from the particular imposed predicament of Black people. They are an attempt to dilute the legitimate argument that Black people suffer the greatest and fiercest discrimination. Similarly, Antigua and Barbuda cautions against unnecessarily juxtaposing other forms of discrimination with racial discrimination. We particularly oppose the linking of Afro-descendant civil society groups of the OAS with any other civil society group. We call for this practice to be discontinued. The causes are not equal. Our member states now gather annually to honor the memory of the victims of the transatlantic slave trade, and as I said in the beginning, it is right that we do so. But we must guard against the danger of mistaking ritual for reality, declarations for corrections, and words for action. The time has long passed for the OAS and member states to face up to the sin that stains the souls of many of our nations. In doing so, we must reject platitudes and formulate plans. We must stay clear of excuses and implement binding measures, and we must acknowledge the wrongs that cry out to be made right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Davis-Lake. I now call on the Ambassador of Belize, His Excellency Lin Yang. You have the floor, sir.
Madam Chair, thank you. Chair, I take the floor on behalf of the CARICOM group of ambassadors to offer brief remarks in addition to the statement from a colleague from Antigua, and in addition to individual statements that will be delivered from some of our colleagues. The topic of today's special session is an important one, as it is an issue that has touched every corner of the Americas. We thank the Office of the Assistant Secretary General for its commitment and dedication in ensuring an opportunity where we can reflect on the atrocities of the transatlantic slave trade, which continues to cast a long and ugly shadow over our people. We also express our appreciation to today's presenters for their moving and poignant presentations. We especially thank Professor Verna Shepherd for her stirring and enlightening presentation, which highlighted the role of Caribbean women in the anti-slavery movement. We applaud her for her advocacy for people of African descent in her role as director of the University of the West Indies Center for Reparation Research. Chair, CARICOM member states are intimately aware of the legacy of the transatlantic slave trade a stain in human history that marred the development of our nations long after the slave trade and slavery itself were formally abolished. As we all know, the transatlantic slave trade was the source of labor to create and build the so-called New World. But our forebears received no compensation for centuries of forced labor and brutal and inhuman treatment. Succeeding generations of their descendants, including the present one, have continued to suffer from inequality of opportunities, institutional discrimination, and active racism. For years, Afro-descendant communities have been marginalized and denied equal access to jobs, remuneration, healthcare, education, housing, food, and other basic human rights because of the negative racial stereotypes perpetuated through political, social, and economic systems and institutions. CARICOM nations, led by the very descendants of the transatlantic slave trade, fought for and gained our independence one by one, following the footsteps of our brothers and sisters in Haiti. Today, we stand as examples of stable democracies, champions of human rights and the rule of law, and leaders for justice in the international community. Indeed, we are a group of overachievers who have overcome many of the obstacles to our growth and development. And while that struggle continues on many fronts, including the existential threat of climate change, poor terms of trade, and access to concessional financing, we have demonstrated by our attainments in education, health, science, sports, and the arts that our people are equal to all. Nonetheless, the imperative for justice, non-discrimination, and opportunity, equal opportunity for Afro-descendant communities in many countries of the Americas continues. The bitter experience of the victims of slavery and the deprivation endured by their descendants for more than 2 centuries after the transatlantic slave trade was formally abolished continues to fuel our determination to confront and eliminate the lingering consequences of racism upon which the slave trade and the slavery were spawned. The recent outrageous and audacious murder of Afro-Americans publicly and in broad daylight has reinforced the resolve to stop all such racist murders wherever and whenever they occur. It is shameful that the nations that created the slave trade and slavery are yet to apologize for the crimes against humanity, which they unquestionably were. That is why the Caribbean community has been leading the initiative for reparatory justice for Afro-descendants and indigenous people who were the victims of genocide. Chair, we of the Caribbean, we pledge to continue to fight for an end to slavery's legacy of racism and inequality. Our objective is to contribute to the creation of a world free of racial discrimination, where rights are guaranteed and safeguarded for all, regardless of race, color, or ethnicity. The Organization of American States owe it both the history and the future to be in the forefront of achieving that objective, not by words, but by measurable deeds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the pleasure of offering the floor to His Excellency Ambassador Washington Abdallah of Uruguay. You have the floor, Excellency.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The last thing that my friend, the Ambassador Belize, just said to me sums it all up, what he just said. He said these words, and that jolts us back into reality, to the state of Uruguay, it's an honor and an obligation as well to take part in the commemoration of the International Day of Remembrance of the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade, and celebrate the resistance against slavery and racism. My country actually has ratified the Inter-American Convention Against Racism and Racial Discrimination and Connected Form of Intolerance a number of years ago, and we have been implementing since then affirmative actions, plans which to some extent create a platform of solidification of rights and liberties, which, even though it exists, should be deepened. I can't help but to bring up the remembering Senator Gloria Rodriguez, who is in our Ministry of Rosa Mendez of the Ministry of Social Development, two women who have worked hard in this area as few have done throughout the history of our republic. And there's no doubt many who should be taken into account, but these are the two who come to my mind. Frankly, we have made headway with the ethno-racial issues, and it's something that is cross-cutting throughout all activities of society, human rights as well, and to create a new institutional framework for Afro-descendants. We've created it to recognize their historical contribution and other contributions to public policies. In 2020, we approved in our national budget an area for promotion of public policies for Afro-descendants. The truth is, we have been engaged in activities throughout the territory and municipalities, institutions like the agreements have been signed in different departments of the country, but we have to be, we're aware though that we always could do more and we must do more. Not long ago, we created the National Council of Racial Equity and of Afro-descendants. And this is created is sort of a leg of a stool on this front. And also there's been a proposal for an observatory on observative actions favoring Afro-descendants, strengthening citizen participation and transparency, and more. But the truth is that the process of institutionalization and advancing policies for Afro-descendants is experiencing quite a lot of help of the National Council of Racial Equity and Afro-descendants, which is under the Ministry of Social Development. There's a wonderful minister who has taken on this topic as a priority in his portfolio. In February, this council approved as an operational plan mass plans to understand, to get to the bottom of racism, and to make this a subject that is recognized and delved into by the community, and in terms of national identity, not something folkloric or picturesque, but sensitization, awareness raising campaigns have been waged, and holding up Afro-descendants as contributors and producers of quite a bit for our country, but also other institutions are working in civil society to disseminate and promote all the regulations and laws pertaining to Afro-descendants, but a particular law, especially that the National Day of Candomblé and other days, all for Uruguay. These are all topics that are part of our identity. this is about our way of being, our raison d'etre, what we are and we will continue to be. But as was properly mentioned, there's much more to do. There's always more to do, but that's everything I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I'm now pleased to offer the floor to Mr. Felipe Sáez, Interim Representative of Chile. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Sáez, could you please ask for the floor once again? Request the floor, please. Thank you, Chair. I don't know, for some reason I disappeared from the list. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for calling this Permanent Council special meeting because it's such a relevant and current and central issue topic in our hemisphere. The presentations were very informative and illustrative, and in a particular way allows us to see this a phenomenon like slavery that was in for two centuries that exist in our countries of our continent. And it continues to have effects today. So lastly, I'd like to thank the Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendez, who's been instrumental in calling this meeting, of course. Madam Chair, even though the Afro-descendant population represents a third of the population of Latin America, and it has been a historically marginalized sector in public policies, experiences high levels of social exclusion and poverty worldwide. Thus, Afro-descendants, which represented more than half of the population that lives in extreme poverty, and Afro-descendants are present in Latin America since the time of the conquest, and they've helped to build our states. But it's important. They've been denied participation in the independence process of the countries to which they were brought to. The Afro-descendant population is made up in America after being violently ripped away from their home countries. It's one of the most bloody stories of history. And they were brought to Chile during the conquest times, but mainly as victims of slave trade. And they were put to do different things, mostly farming and as servants. And in 1300s to 1400s in the colony, around 44% of the population of Santiago de Chile were Afro-descendant. The census of 1813, that is, show that the black, mestizo, and mulatto population was in that city, in Santiago. So this shows there was an important role of the Afro population in building the continent in our country. In Arinacota in northern Chile, there's 5% of the total population is Afro-descendant. And there's an increase in their presence throughout the country currently in our country. And so therefore, Chile has had since 2009 a law that grants a recognition of their language, culture, history, and institutions to Chilean Afro-descendants. So, Madam Chair, it's paramount to Chile to create a society where interculturality is one of the highest held values, and therefore we're proud to have these law of recognition of Afro-Chilean citizens to promote culture and promote their symbols, and it is mandatory to include in curriculum the history of Afro-descendants in Chile. It has been part of our curriculums, academic curriculums, and also guidelines for policies in this regard. So these people have suffered for more than 400 years, and fulfilling international obligations, Chile should continue to do this and do this better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. It is now my pleasure to offer the floor to His Excellency Hugh Adsett, Permanent Representative of Canada. You have the floor, sir.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. C'est un plaisir de vous voir ce matin et les autres collègues aussi. Je tiens à remercier tous les...
President, Madam Chair, and as everyone else, I'd like to thank everyone for those who have offered these important presentations about this very important topic, including my compatriot, Professor Afua Cooper. Today, during this international commemoration in remembrance of the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade, let's remember that this was one of the worst chapters of our history, and we hail the stories of resistance of slavery. I am aware that as a white person, my responsibility today is to listen, and it's an honor to listen to this. So I'll be very brief so that we can concentrate on the dialogue, focus on our dialogue with our panelists. I'm going to continue in English.
Pride in our country's role in the Underground Railway, a secret network that in the mid-1800s helped some 30 to 40,000 enslaved people escape from the American South to Canada. But, and this was mentioned by Professor Cooper this morning, all too often we fail to acknowledge that for more than 200 years, the scourge of slavery was part of Canada's history too. It's a history we should never forget. As Professor Cooper noted this morning, we need to excavate this history and bring it to life in the way that she and other panelists did so compellingly today. Although almost another 200 years has passed since the abolition of slavery in Canada, we're painfully aware that anti-Black racism, hate, and discrimination continue to persist in our communities. And so the Government of Canada has made fighting systemic racism, unconscious bias, and discrimination a priority. We know this requires more than just statements of principle and good intentions. We must take meaningful actions to address the inequality, injustice, and inherent privilege that still exists in our societies. And so, Madam Chair, if I could, I'd like to put through you a question to the panel. And in the context of, we often talk about saying never again. We talk about avoiding history repeating itself. Sometimes we talk a lot about that, but without perhaps reaching the necessary conclusions to avoid those outcomes. A lot of time has passed since abolition, and my question would be to the panelists how we might best keep the awareness of this issue and its significance alive, particularly amongst young people, and trying to avoid the mistakes of the past as we move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador. Your question to the panelists has been noted with thanks. I now offer the floor to Ambassador Alejandro Ordóñez of Colombia. Ambassador,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for calling this special meeting to commemorate the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade, in which Colombia is taking part. I also extend a respectful greeting to all the speakers who spoke before me, and I thank you for your presentations, which the state of Colombia has taken close note of. Transatlantic slave trade was the largest forced migration in history. This dark chapter of history stands as one of the major atrocities in the history of humankind. Today, it's not only necessary to remember who suffered slavery, but also honor the courageous lives of those who fought against the slave trade, and to raise high the population, Afro-descendant populations of the Americas, particularly in our Caribbean. for generations, this population has contributed to our society's identities, and we must honor their endless contribution. Colombia is a state where populations of different ethnic and cultural regions coexist. And this makes us one of the most diverse populations in the Americas. The population is represented by Black communities, Afro-Colombian communities, Raizales, and Palenqueras. Our country understands that cultural diversity promotes development and opportunities for all communities and peoples, as well as the survival of ancestral cultures. And therefore, the state of Colombia is in favor of communities that respects the human dignity, intrinsic human dignity, and respect their well-being. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I'm now pleased to offer the floor to the permanent representative of Costa Rica, Her Excellency Alejandra Solano. You have the floor, Excellency.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm very much to see you presiding over the work of this council. Good morning, everybody. Costa Rica truly appreciates the very valuable presentations of the speakers we had this morning, and we would like to also take this moment to greet the Secretary General, the Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendez, and his entire team for having coordinated once again, very successfully indeed, the Inter-American Week of Afro-Descendants of the Americas this year. We celebrate the commemoration of the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade today. At this time, we're very happy to share with you a video that the High Commissioner made for Afro-Descendant Affairs in Costa Rica. This is 2020 to 2021. And in our session today, this is a true mechanism, a specialized mechanism for dialogue with the Permanent Council that allows us to broaden our cooperation and share our experiences as well as best practices to strengthen our governmental institutions and the public policy decisions through or that have to do with Afro-descendant populations in the America. I'd like to ask the Secretariat to share the video. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, OAS. During this Inter-American Week for Afro-descendants, men and women alike, I'd like to speak a little bit about the history and the value of resistance against slavery and unity against racism. Resistance is something that we can trace in Latin America within the colonial systems during slavery, during the transatlantic slave trade of Africans. The decision of governments, regional governments, with the respective adoption of standards in the fight against racial discrimination and racism underscore equal or racial equality, and which meet the needs of Afro-descendants, and at the same time, this has contributed to the strengthening thereof, both on the national level as otherwise, and that's why it's important to mention that many of these standards have been put by Afro-descendant legislators and lawmakers that have served Costa Ricans in the Congress of the Republic between 1946 and 1982. Afro-descendant mobilization has grown slowly from the very beginning of the 20th century, and especially after the Third World Conference against racism and xenophobia and forms of intolerance celebrated in Durban in South Africa. there have been important demonstrations of politicization in various different meetings that created a dynamic between the national organizations and international organizations to underscore the importance of these alliances and the experiences shared. As a result of all of that, the Afro-descendants movement agenda in Latin America has been knitted together, which has some main objectives, and that is to end discrimination and include statistics on Afro-descendants with a view to recognizing contributions of people, communities, and Afro-descendant worlds in the region, as well as their cultural diversity, to fight against all forms of racism in the processes of development so that people can enjoy their rights. In 2018, the Commission, or I should say the Pan American Health Organization, promoted equal health in the Americas and recognized that throughout the entire American continent, there has been racism and has shaved off opportunities for Afro-descendant people and indigenous people and all Afro-descendant communities which suffer daily. And particularly when we speak about the pandemic, the legacy of exclusion of slavery during centuries led to the dramatic form and was an historical part for Latin America, and this continues present today, obfuscating all of the populations in independent movement processes and in the development of nations. Looking at this legacy of exclusion, to understand it, we have to understand there has been an explicit marginalization of people. And we have to look at international conventions and the development agenda of different international communities to frame things. And we have to move towards eliminating all forms of racial discrimination to guarantee our undeniable political, economic, social, environmental, and cultural rights. Reparation, when it comes to the environment, is crucial for Afro-descendant peoples. The historical legacy is linked to conserving their ancestors' contributions, but are not respected in their own land. Countries have to move along this track with a view to guaranteeing for the present and future generations recognition of the invaluable contribution of their ancestors. This is a constitutional right which needs to be economically balanced.
Thank you very much. I now offer the floor to Otavio Brandelli, Permanent Representative of Brazil. You have the floor, Excellency.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Congratulations for all of the work that the Permanent Council has done. I would like to speak and commend Mrs. Marilea Silva de Paula, General Coordinator of Monitoring at the Department of Ethnic Racial Policies, Ministry of Women, Family, and Human Rights in Brazil. The Brazilian government has participated and contributed in various ways for the Inter-American Week of Afro-Descendants of the America. In addition to other things, we have looked at all of the activities this week, in indication of Dr. Marcos Andrea Quintana Cardoso, State Attorney in the state of Mato Grosso, for activities in this area, looking at the profiles of notable Afro-descendants in Brazil. Elza Soares and Gahinsha, she recently died, and the photographer Januário Garcia, who sadly passed away in 2021. Madam Chairman, Brazil, more than half of the population is Afro-descendant. And this is 54% of a population of 120 million in Brazil. The Brazilian government truly believes that our society is multi-ethnic and is one of our strengths. Our future, our identity, our national identity is underscored by the contributions of Afro-descendants. To fight against racism is part of the rights for Afro-descendants, in addition to other constitutional obligations in Brazil. This is a political priority for the Brazilian government that values what the OAS is doing, which is constructive for an exchange of best practices and different views. As of early times, there are different practices which are undeniable, and Brazil has constantly worked to avoid exclusion. In the last few decades, the national policy for racial equality and the promotion of racial equality and the statute of racial equality constituted a very solid framework for this kind of work and to ensure for the Afro-descendant population their rights and equal opportunities so that rights could be defended. The institutionalization of public policies in public spaces is very important for public policies, and this created opportunities for Afro-descendants. And here I'm going to open up a parenthesis without reading my text. Access in Brazil is an exemplary case in Brazil for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Brazil that provides scholarships for Afro-descendants so that they can prepare themselves either in the earlier stages and after in their studies. Afro-descendants, in other words, have access to studies abroad and the possibility of having access to scholarships that prepare them for their exams. If they don't do those competitive exams, it can be used for other activities in the society. So we truly value these policies within the ministry in Brazil when it comes to this. Now, in the area of education, we find it obligatory to study Afro-Brazilian history as well as indigenous and African history. I would like to remind you that in Brazil there are dozens of different ethnic groups with all of their cultures and all of their contributions. In public school and in private, as well as in middle school, there's racial equality that has to be studied. We move to recognize and value traditional societies and communities in Brazil as well. This is crucial for the Brazilian society. And we, on the 20th of November, have declared that the day when the Quilombola leader, Palmares, as the Day of Awareness in Brazil, Dia de Consciência. And this underscores all of the fights that were done in Brazil. And in June 2021, the Brazilian government launched a host of different initiatives when it comes to the rights of Afro-descendants. These are new initiatives. The interministerial activities move to strengthen human rights for incarcerated people. And here, once again, I'm going to open up a parenthesis. In Brazil, more than half, or about half of the Afro-descendant population, I should say, is imprisoned, and it's much more when it comes to Afro-descendant populations or people. This is a huge challenge for Brazil. We have to look at this. The incarcerated population has greater numbers of Afro-descendants in the population than the very numbers they represent in the population. This is a tremendous challenge for us. We also have other policies that are geared towards adolescents and young people, which looks to control police activities and to train teachers in the public schools and implement support policies for entrepreneurship for young Black scholars. National policy for racial equality has to be looked at, and we are working to organize the 5th National Conference for the racial or the promotion of racial affairs. And this is done throughout the Brazilian society. So when it comes to Brazil and the fight against racism, we have international commitments as well. In Mercosul, we established a specialized meeting for dealing with Afro-descendant issues, and this meeting took place in 2019. In May 2021, we ratified the Inter-American Convention Against Racism, Xenophobia, and all related forms of intolerance, and this was incorporated in the institutional framework. I would like to also invite other member states to ratify this very important instrument. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I now call on the alternate representative of Panama to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. The delegation of Panama recognizes and appreciates this special meeting on this very important issue. We have a pre-recorded presentation from Marta Ortoño, first Afro-Panamanian woman to have this post. I truly appreciate the Secretariat who cooperated with us for today's presentation. Thank you very much. The arrival of the first Black Africans to Panama is not very different from the dramatic history of the Caribbean islands and the coastal areas of the Americas. They came as enslaved people by Black traders, and they became the preferred labor to move ahead with the very demanding work that began the development and the European footprint in the Americas. They came in ships that were like coffins, and they had to prove their skills and abilities here in the Americas. Today, when we commemorate the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade, we honor the fallen and we decry the fact that they were uprooted, and something which has struck the continent. But being a woman, a Black woman, a mestiza, a mulata, an Afro-descendant, an Afro-Panamanian woman, I salute those who overcame difficulties and adversities to lead us to build a new idea of a nation. These were the Blacks that were rooted from the core of their homes, and they came across, and they were the forebearers of a lot of work, those who came to work, those who live today in our very Panamanian depths. They were maltreated, they were discriminated against, but they were present in all of the corners of development of the country, and they had us develop and prosper. And that is why our history of courage, which is part of our legacy and which I claim has to be looked at. The Criollo, the Panamanian Black person, has participated in all of the legacies of the nation, and through hard work, they forged a new country based on love. Afro-descendants have their own space in sports, in art, in music, and science, in foodstuffs, and in every area, given the rights to fight for freedom. This is the national pride that we have when it comes to resistance. Since slave trade was proscribed in 1920s in a pre-Republican time, to date, the Panamanian state has developed public policies to promote equity and to strengthen full-fledged participation of all Afro-descendants in all activities, socioeconomic activities, in compliance with international standards as well as national standards, and with initiatives where I would like to underscore our Secretariat for Development of Afro-descendants, which has an overarching plan for development of Afro-Panamanians. 16 from the 10th of April law that sanctions racial discrimination and through constitutional mandate proscribes discrimination, or the other regulation from 2000 that looks at discrimination and takes measures against racial discrimination in public places and in commercial places. As such, then, our ministry has presented to the legislative body the Inter-American Convention Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, and all related forms of intolerance, with a view to achieving signing this guiding document as we celebrate the International Decade for Afro-Descendants, which goes until 2024. Next May, when we celebrate the month of May and all the contributions made, all the kings and queens of the African tribes will come together to ask for a pardon for slavery, for having gone through such atrocities, and in a ceremony of reconciliation where Panama will go back to getting together. We will cut distances. We will have agreements. We will forge new bridges inspired by the lessons of living together with brotherly love, and which will be the guiding light for all Panamans. Anybody who is not a black is a true black in Panama, without distinction.
Excellencies, I'd like to announce that we will hear His Excellency Josue Fiallo, the permanent representative of the Dominican Republic, followed by the interim representative of Paraguay. And following those interventions, we will ask the panelists who would care to do so to respond to the question posed earlier by the permanent. We would ask for succinct presentations and responses. Panelists, I would be grateful if you could be on the alert for your responses to be made. Thank you very much. Ambassador Fiallo, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Honorable Secretary General, Honorable Assistant Secretary General, my dear esteemed colleagues, the delegation would like to thank all for their presentations as we commemorate the Inter-American Week for Afro-Descendants, men and women alike in the Americas, and the International Day of Remembrance of the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. Slavery and racism in the Americas and the world has undoubtedly been one of the most shameful chapters in the history of mankind. It's something that we can never forget, and we have to offer reparations. The value and the contributions of Afro-descendants has been crucial, and today most of peoples in the Americas, with great pride, underscore Afro-descendants, which is a part of our past. The Dominican Republic is a signatory of some of the most important international commitments, and this looks at guarantees and compliance with international rights for the well-being and the development of all Afro-descendant peoples, including the Montevideo Consensus, where we have committed to the commitment of lives to eradicate inequality, with a particular emphasis on those who are vulnerable. We have taken on the commitments for international agreements geared towards recognizing and promoting Afro-descendant peoples, and forge ahead with policies and activities thereof. We would like to avail ourselves of this opportunity to underscore the situation of the Dominican Republic on the 17th and the 19th of March this year, the Day of Drums and Cultural Diversity in the Dominican Republic. We had the participation of Raquel Peña, Vice President in the Dominican Republic, and Esquicam Mbay, Vice President of Costa Rica. And it's really very important that we continue to strengthen, recognize, and make visible human diversity. We have to underscore Afro-Dominican heritage, including full-fledged participation for all Afro-descendants in the different areas of the Dominican Republic and in all areas of life. Music, dance, gastronomy, and commemoration of ancestral wealth will be used to strengthen Afro-descendants in the Dominican Republic and all the contributions thereof. My dear colleagues, Madam Chairman, actually, currently, the Dominican Republic has about 65% of its population which is Afro-descendant, with a great far-reaching diversity, a lot of different cultures linked to the culture of indigenous and the Spanish cultures as well. The African component gives us pride, and is seen in all aspects of social, political, economic, and cultural life. We have had presidents and great Afro-descendant leaders, and we have to recognize different professionals in different areas, such as medicine, law, economics, communication, just to cite a few areas. In culture, we have our music and our dance, the bachata, and other urban rhythms. In sports, we've got Dominicans, most of whom are Afro-descendants. Some of them have even gone to play baseball in the United States. And increasingly, we have other players in basketball in the world. Notwithstanding all of this, we have to recognize and do recognize that, like most countries in the hemisphere, we still have a lot of challenges so that our people can have more social inclusion, access to health, employment, for which all Dominicans work. The African component is something which fills us with pride in our countries and is reflected in all corners of social life and in all people. For those who have this ethnic background, some speak to one sole identity, and that is Dominican. Thank you very much. We're very proud. Thank you.
I ask the forbearance of this Permanent Council as I call upon Mr. Raul Martinez to speak at this point. This was his original speaking slot. Thank you very much. Paraguay, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and I dropped off in my connection when you said I could take the floor, but the delegation of Paraguay would like to echo the comments on this day that we commemorate the week of honoring Afro-descendants in the Americas, and we're very happy to participate today in this commemoration, the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade. The Republic of Paraguay is absolutely in favor of guaranteeing the rights of all of its inhabitants. And as such, we look at democratic adoption of measures. And we have a framework of tolerance which recognizes the life of all people for rights. In Paraguay, in the last few years, we have carried out and looked at the great number of Afro-descendants in Paraguay. And this year, 2022, we envisaged a national center so that we have a greater impact when it comes to public policies for Afro-descendants. The National Secretariat for Culture of Paraguay has been working to strengthen inclusion of the variable, ethno-racial variable, that is to say, for Afro-Paraguayans in national life. And in this regard, then, the government of Paraguay, through the National Culture Secretariat, has adopted various activities to recognize Afro-Paraguayans, their cultural activities, as well as others. And here we look at the permanent dissemination of different materials, audio, music, and all kinds of components, which are part of the legacy of Afro-descendants. We have documentaries and we have Afro-Paraguayan testimonies that have been published on the OAS page honoring Afro-descendants. We would like to thank the General Secretariat and the ASG as well for including and putting this event on the agenda through a technical group with the participation in international institutions and the promotion for the defense of Afro-descendant rights, both in the Inter-American Network for all Afro-descendants as well as in Mercosur and other countries that make up these regional organizations. We have to be mindful, and we hope to approve a bill that establishes mechanisms and procedures to eliminate all forms of racism and discrimination against Afro-descendant people, as well as have a parliamentary session on it. And this delegation, like all states in the region, will continue to make progress for an America's free of racism and for the inclusion of Afro-descendants with all their rights. We will continue to work along this line. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
I ask further forbearance from the speakers who are in line as we ask the panelists to respond to the specific questions raised by Canada and to any other points of interest enunciated by the speakers. Thank you very much. Pardon me, I see Professor Vereen Shepherd. Professor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Just quickly, in answering the question, to say that we can raise awareness by ensuring that history education is compulsory so that our young people get access to the justification for focusing on a day like this on the travails of our ancestors. I think we should also ensure that the curricula, the various curricula, are in keeping with our mission to decolonize the Eurocentrism that we received because of colonialism. I think we should also encourage states to engage in more public education for young people using creative media. And finally, I would like to encourage all states to implement the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, as well as the Program of Activities for the International Decade for People of African Descent, because there are strategies for public education and for history education and for awareness raising for our young people especially, and for those who have not had this opportunity. And again, Madam Moderator, to say in closing, today as we highlight stories of courage, I call for justice on behalf of those who showed courage in the face of colonial barbarism to fight a war of liberation and various wars of liberation. And I stress that enslavers were paid compensation. The formerly enslaved did not. And we must support the call for reparation and implement the CARICOM 10-point plan for reparatory justice. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much. Please, we crave your indulgence, Professor, and ask if you would submit your presentation to the General Secretariat for dissemination to member states. Thank you very much. I am now pleased to offer the floor to Ambassador Hector Arce of Bolivia. Ambassador, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Assistant Secretary General, Secretary General, and ambassadors. I want to begin my remarks on the behalf of my country by referring to freedom. Freedom as the natural condition of human people, together with equality, are one of the necessary conditions for peaceful coexistence between human beings. And therefore, the Declaration of the Rights of 1999, at the beginning of the French Revolution, say that all human beings born and remain free and equal. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948 also establishes in Article 1 as a fundamental basis of human rights that all human beings born free and are also in dignity and rights and are free. And also the Declaration of the Rights and Duties of Man also has this as at the center of human interaction. All people have the right to freedom and security. And therefore, ambassadors, my delegation hails the importance of this meeting, where we especially remember the suffering of millions of human beings, people who, just like us, were born free and equal, but were subjected to infrahuman conditions because of human greed. Now that I've said this, I want to say that Bolivia does recognize in its constitution 2009 that Bolivia is made up of all Bolivians, all the peasants and campesinos, indigenous peoples, and all people that make up the Bolivian people. It divides us, with emphasis particularly on Afro-Bolivian peoples as well. The Constitution also refers to the Afro-Bolivian peoples enjoy when it comes to economic, social, and cultural rights that are recognized in the Constitution for all indigenous people. And so therefore the plurinational state of Bolivia has a law against discrimination and racial discrimination, which promotes recognition specifically of the Afro-Bolivian people in our country. This law also contains the National Committee of the Struggle Against Racism and All Forms of Discrimination, which is made up of institutions and organizations of cultural institutions, and particularly the Afro-Bolivian community is represented on it. In March 2015, Madam Chair, Bolivia signed the Inter-American Convention Against Discrimination, Racial Discrimination, and Connected Forms of Intolerance, and also against all forms of discrimination and intolerance. This signing was under our current president, Mr. Céspedes, and who is at that time the foreign minister of Bolivia. On that occasion, the Secretary General of the organization, José Miguel Insulza, underscored the efforts made by the government of Bolivia for consolidating the peoples or the principles of equality and non-discrimination, which he said are because of the transformation process that has been undergoing in the republic and the country over the last years. Likewise, he applauded on that occasion the existence of a vice ministry and for the fight against all forms of discrimination and other things that Bolivia has done in this regard. And so the Afro-Bolivian people has made progress in recognition of their rights in the areas of education, health, productive development, and rural development, culture, land, and decolonization. In this regard, our wishes and commitment so that this situation improves not only in Bolivia but everywhere, that freedom and equality reign supreme, and that we always remember those who left behind them a deep track, and to create a new society free of this scourge. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I now offer the floor to Ambassador Samuel Hines, Permanent Representative of Guyana. You have the floor, sir.
Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, distinguished permanent representatives and alternate representatives, observer missions. I am pleased to participate in this special Permanent Council meeting to commemorate the 5th Annual Inter-American Week for People of African Descent in the Americas. Additionally, the mission of Guyana thanks the presenters for their comprehensive interventions and expresses appreciation to those who work tirelessly to promote and coordinate the week of activities. My delegation aligns itself with a statement delivered on behalf of the CARICOM Group, and I take this opportunity to offer additional remarks in my national capacity. This week of commemoration offers the unique opportunity for member states of the OAS and indeed all individuals to reflect on the history and often overlooked contributions of peoples of African descent in this hemisphere. In the same vein, the United Nations will observe today the International Day for Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade. Chair, every person is born free and equal in dignity and rights, and slavery was an abrogation of this freedom and equality. Slavery is therefore repugnant to the very essence of a person, and it is no wonder that this chattel institution was heavily resisted across the world. Guyana therefore remains consistent in its position that slavery should never have been, neither should it have been perpetuated for the length of time that it was. Guyana is committed to gaining international reparations for the crime of African enslavement, recognizing that the descendants of slaves still live with many of the consequences of that slavery. As adumbrated by our President, His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali, reparative justice must not only include a full and unconditional apology from those responsible and/or who benefited from the transatlantic trade in captive Africans and their consequent enslavement, but must go beyond apology. In my own country, we acknowledge the heroic struggles of slaves like Kofi, who in 1763, 13 years before the 1776 rebellion of the colonists here in America, led the enslaved in resistance against colonialist powers. This longing for freedom is one which we guard jealously, not just for ourselves as Guyanese, but for all peoples everywhere. To this end, Guyana is committed to the provisions of the Durban Declaration and Program of Action Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and related intolerance, and to all efforts aimed at ensuring that the wrongs of slavery are never repeated. As we celebrate this week for peoples of African descent, we are compelled to keep in the forefront of our minds the sacrifices that this group of people have made to the continued development of our region. We must also continue to give attention to the challenges that people of African descent face across the world and intensify our efforts to eradicate the biases and prejudices that fuel discrimination and intolerance amongst people of African descent. As a leader of a multi-ethnic society where our diversity is celebrated and where we seamlessly participate in each other's religions and cultural festivals and traditions, my president has pledged to forge a one Guyana where everyone is equal and has equal access to opportunities to lead productive and happy lives. Consequently, the government of Guyana will continue to work assiduously to eradicate all forms of racism and racial discrimination and to ensure inclusive development with equal access and sharing in Guyana's wealth. I thank you. 506.
Thank you, Excellency. I now offer the floor to His Excellency Noel Lynch, Permanent Representative of Barbados. You have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam President. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, esteemed colleagues, observers. The delegation of Barbados joins in commending the Permanent Council of this organization and the Office of the Assistant Secretary General. Their strident commitment to ensuring that we continue actions to ensure that we never forget the horrific events of slavery, particularly the enslavement of African people and the transatlantic slave trade, is to be lauded. These horrific events remain a permanent stain on humanity. We, however, must not only continue our laments. This is the time that we must act. The fact is that slavery as it existed in the 17th and 18th century may alone be a thing of the past. However, newer forms of enslavement now exist that still have so many in this hemisphere permanently shackled. The extent of this enslavement is the mental and psychological scarring that is so prevalent among so many due to the levels of social and economic underdevelopment that exist in so many areas of this region. In any territory where a Black and brown person lives in lack of resources that are readily available to other ethnic groups, is to in essence relegate that group or that individual to be classed as lesser people than the other members of the population. Wide-ranging deprivation linked to access to adequate health care, to proper nutrition and housing, to education, and a wide range of freedoms all converge to render these citizens not much better off than those that were brought from the continent of Africa and forced to work for the enrichment of others. This ongoing enslavement also creates consequences that are forcing new massive scales of migration, upending regional trade, disrupting some financial flows, and causing ongoing and worsening economic consequences for many of our countries in this hemisphere. Positive forward developments have admittedly been made in recognizing the rights of people of color, and in many ways improving the lot of the descendants of slaves in the Americas. However, in this regard, there's still lots left to be done. One individual living in lack, one person being discriminated against, one person's rights being violated, is one individual still repressed and still enslaved. In numerous cases, many of these individuals are the descendants of former African slaves. The coronavirus pandemic that we have all had to endure for the better part of 2 years has also compounded the situation for many of those that were already in many ways oppressed and suppressed. Lack of access to life-saving public goods known as vaccines still continue today. While some of the more developed nations have vaccinated almost all of their entire eligible populations, there are some territories with less than 30% of the population being vaccinated. In one jurisdiction, less than 5% have received these life-saving drugs, and this is predominantly a Black nation that led the onslaught of slavery. Their inability to access vaccines is very much linked to their overall inability to access other resources to meet the most basic of social and economic needs. We continue, however, to neglect the bald reality that morals and science have come to a rare consensus on, the idea that no country is safe from this ongoing virus until all countries are safe. This is just another example of modern day conditions that very much parallel an environment of slavery. The fact is that in a hemisphere that is so endowed with such great resources, no one should be in this situation. As we stated before, at this time last year, one subject that must form an integral part of any conversation on slavery is an informed discussion on reparations. This is the discussion that has been had in some of the most important development corridors of our societies, while different views and differing resulting actions on the matter. Once we consider, however, that there are elements of our existence that can be described as modern day types of underdevelopment, and that parallels slavery, the question must be, how do we eliminate these downsides of our existence? One of the keys that we posit is that reparatory justice, not simply rooted in monetary compensation, is one method to address the fundamental injustice, cruelty, brutality, and overall humanity of slavery. Reparations also contemplate the action of the consideration of national apologies for slavery. The debate also encourages the tabling in our legislatures and our government agencies proposals for reparations for the institution of slavery, a subsequent de jure and de facto racial and economic discrimination against people of African descent, and the impact of those forces on living people of African descent in our diverse societies all across this hemisphere. This reality therefore calls for recommendations for appropriate remedies and for a wider purposeful discussion on the matter. We once again implore all countries to establish commissions to study direct payments to people of African descent in your societies. States should also seek to review government's institutional role in supporting the enslavement of Africans from financial and legal perspectives. Commissions of this nature should also serve to educate their populations on the legacy of slavery and recommend how to alleviate its ongoing harms, as well as highlighting the true contribution of African people to the development of our societies. The time for talking is over. The time for action is now. I'm obliged to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Excellency. I'm now pleased to offer the floor to Ambassador Leon Charles. Excellency, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Monsieur le Secrétaire Général.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General. Madam Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. I congratulate the Council for calling this meeting on this topic. With a great deal of bitterness, we remember this grim, sad day of history. Today, many call into question what led to treat fellow men and women with such brutality. Madam Chair, my country was one of the pioneers in this hemisphere in leading efforts for transatlantic slave trade and slavery be considered punishable and unacceptable actions. Our heroes of independence, which encompass several generations, engaged in this struggle for this purpose, saying no to slavery, no to exploitation by man of man. After conquering freedom, the heroes, the men and women who were the heroes for my country, were unable to benefit much from that freedom. We had to join into other oppressed peoples. Madam Chair, my country continues to be a symbol of courage in the struggle for the descendants of these slaves who do not want to continue subjugated as they were during colonial times. Haitian diplomacy has constantly upheld this principle in the fight for human rights, including signing the UN documents on human rights, which are well known by you all, as well as participation in all international forums where the rights of man and freedom are defended in the UN and at the OAS. We continue to struggle for human rights and freedom. And Madam Chair, despite my country's struggle, on behalf of human rights and the rights of man. We confront economic and social issues, the historical legacy of slavery. There are, in fact, independence, and this has become ballast on our economy. All the colonial infrastructure structure on the one hand, but at the same time, we continue to have economic difficulties. These difficulties date back to the times of our independence. We should remember the boycott of the slave traders who did not accept freedom in this country. The nation continues to suffer the effects of this historic cruelty, but we are hopeful. We're a resilient people. We continue to fight for development with the support of our friends in the international community. Madam Chair, despite our efforts, millions of our systems are victims of racial discrimination and racism. There is a historic link between poverty and this discrimination. Today, many of these people live below the threshold of poverty. Despite the contribution to our societies and to the economic area, the economic sphere, we are not enviable in our position in societies. And so I take advantage of this opportunity, Madam Chair, to recall the principles that drive us in this hemisphere. We need the support and aid of the international community to contribute or to help to rebuild or recover from the economic backsliding and all the things we have been subjected to in the benefit of developed societies. The West has a moral debt to countries like ours. This moral debt, we hope that it translate into concrete actions on behalf of future generations of our country and for the well-being of our peoples. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I'm pleased to offer the floor to Ambassador Gustavo Tare. You have the floor, Excellency.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are very grateful for calling this special meeting. We particularly recognize the effort of our Assistant Secretary General, Nestor Mendez, for being instrumental, and all the panelists who have for their contribution, and the ambassadors that have spoken from the beginning of this discussion. This all allows us to reflect on slavery and racism, two perversions that weigh on our consciences and our societies. Almost 140 years have passed since the last country of the Americas has abolished slavery. Since that time, all countries in have ratified the UN declarations against slavery. Article 6 of the American Convention on Human Rights establishes that nobody can be subjected to slavery or bondage, and human trafficking is prohibited in all of its forms. However, despite all the efforts to criminalize slavery, it continues to exist under legal forms that try to conceal it, particularly among the most vulnerable segments of the population who every day assault human dignity. This is not only about commemorate dates and commemorate what's very important, but also we must issue an appeal to fight against what has survived of this horrible phenomena we're fighting against. The legacy of slavery continues in the form of racism and racial discrimination, where states are weak, and there's no rule of law, especially with economic crises and the health crisis, give rise to new modalities of what continues to be slavery. Specifically in Venezuela, the dictatorship that has grabbed power, it not only tolerates this practice, is complicit in it, particularly in the mining area in the south of the country. For human trafficking requires a concerted effort between to counter this. There has to be prosecution. There has to be coordination between countries and governments, and so I call on all countries to work together to put an end to this crime, which is the most despicable, lowest act that humans could stoop to. So during this commemoration, we have to work compellingly against the perpetrators of these crimes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I'm now pleased to offer the floor to Interim Representative of the United States, Mr. Brad Freden. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I would like to first congratulate not only you, but Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendez and the OAS Secretariat for organizing this important meeting to commemorate the International Day of Remembrance for the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. We also thank the panelists for their important presentations. As many of you are aware, last month the United States celebrated our National Black History Month, which serves as both a celebration and a powerful reminder that Black history is American history, Black culture is American culture, and Black stories are essential to the ongoing story of America, our struggles, our progress, our aspirations. As you know, the term Black, written with a capital B, has largely replaced African American in our popular lexicon. For people in the United States, Black is about much more than individual skin color, which can vary from a beautiful cafe au lait to the striking blue-black of contemporary Africa. These are just a few shades of our diversity as a nation and increasingly a people. Black refers specifically to those Americans whose ancestors were brought here in chains, who survived the nightmarish middle crossing, and whose descendants have struggled ever since with the legacy of slavery and the ongoing fact of institutional racism. Here at the OAS, the Inter-American Week of People of African Descent is designed to highlight the value of our diversity and the importance of social inclusion for all, and to shine a spotlight on the extraordinary contributions that people of African descent have provided to our region. It is essential that we take time to celebrate the immeasurable contributions of Black Americans, honor the legacies and achievements of generations past, reckon with centuries of violence and injustice, and confront those injustices that still fester today. Across generations, countless people of African descent have demonstrated profound moral courage, strength, and resilience to help shape the Americas for the better. In this forum, we recognize the contributions of people of African descent to diplomacy, especially in the OAS. As we look around this virtual room, we recognize the contributions of people of African descent and that they have made to this institution, the Organization of American States. Most recently, we recognize the brave action by Ambassador Arturo McFields, first Nicaraguan representative to the OAS of African descent, who earlier this week resigned because he could no longer bear to represent a regime that holds the rights of its own people in contempt. We applaud Ambassador McFields for his courage. This week, OAS member states celebrated and promoted the extraordinary contributions of Africans and members of the African diaspora around the world. This was an opportunity to focus on eliminating all forms of discrimination against people of African descent. The Biden-Harris administration has made racial justice and equity an urgent priority, promoting it across the federal government and making it central to domestic policies and programs, and weaving it into our foreign policy, including our engagement at the OAS and the United Nations. Last year, for example, the United States strongly supported the creation of the UN Permanent Forum for People of African Descent, because we recognize the need to get at the root of the challenge and address structural racism. The Biden administration is deeply committed to advancing equity, racial justice, and opportunity for Black Americans as we continue striving to realize America's original promise and face up to its original sin. The Biden administration is building a federal government that looks like America, including appointing African Americans to key positions in the administration, notably the first Black Secretary of Defense, a Black ambassador representing America at the United Nations, and the first Black and South Asian Vice President in our history. I am personally very proud that my country just nominated the first Black woman to the United States Supreme Court. Colleagues, the United States was founded on an idea that we are all created equal and deserve to be treated with respect and dignity throughout our lives. It is a promise we have never fully lived up to, but one that we have never, ever walked away from. The long shadow of slavery, Jim Crow, and redlining, and the blight of systemic racism that still diminishes our nation today, hold America back from reaching its full promise and potential. But by facing these injustices openly and honestly, and working together as one people to deliver on America's promise, we become a stronger nation and a more perfect version of ourselves. In closing, we are a multicultural society, and one of the best ways for us to honor those who were enslaved is to spread awareness of their struggle, recognize the contributions made by people of African descent to build and develop our country, and to celebrate also the culture and traditions of the African diaspora. Ladies and gentlemen, slavery was my country's original sin, and we still live with its ugly legacy. However, it is only after facing the painful truth of our past and not shrinking from our moral responsibility to address systemic racism that we will forge a better future. As we celebrate this week, let us all recommit ourselves to fight for the equity, opportunity, and dignity to which every human being is due in equal measure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Thank you very much, Mr. Freden. I'm now pleased to offer the floor to Marianela, representative of Ecuador. You have the floor, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. A warm greeting to all members of the OAS. On behalf of the Minister, Secretary of Nationality, I would like to thank everyone for their presentations at this very important time of recognition. As many of the people who spoke before me said, it's very important to remember that for more than 400 centuries, Afro-descendant men, women, and children are part of Africa. They were taken by force to the Americas. On the 25th of March, this is known as the International Day for the Day of Remembrance of the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. And now we have an opportunity to accord to those recognition who were part of slavery. We have to create an awareness right now. And similarly, it's also important to recognize the many women who suffered at the hands of the slave trade and who were subject to terrible things. Nonetheless, people played a very important role in the dignity of their communities, in their courage and their leadership and their resistance. Oftentimes they were not visible women who gave life to new generations. And in terms of culture and other areas, slavery has not ended. It still exists in many parts of the world. Its horrible practices are just represent another form of racism. And let's remember that the Declaration of Human Rights establishes the right to non-discrimination. All people have universal rights that are claimed in this declaration without any exception for gender, sex, race, political opinion, or anything else related to origins, economic, birth, or any other condition. The reality of people in Ecuador has been marked over the course of history by racism and social exclusion, which is institutional. They have been marginalized from building the Ecuadorian society, and therefore they have been denied the right of their existence. In 1990 in Ecuador, a process of recognition and of the existence of our peoples in a very different way. This is part of the state, and it is so said. The Constitution of the Republic in 2008, when it was approved, stipulates that Ecuador is a constitutional state of rights and justice, social, democratic, sovereign, and independent, intercultural, plurinational, and all-encompassing, in addition to having the rights in Chapter 4, which refers to communities and native communities and recognizes rights such as access to justice, rights and sovereignty. In addition to other things, there must be a dignified life for all. In Ecuador, we have 14 different nationalities and 18 sets of Afro-Ecuadorian and indigenous peoples. And in 2003, 7.9% are identified as mestizo, 7.9% as Montubio, and 7.2% as Afro-Ecuadorian, and 7 indigenous, 6 white, and 0.4 other. Nonetheless, we should not overlook broaching discrimination against Afro-Ecuadorians and indigenous peoples. And we have to remember that in all times in history, discrimination is there, and it has been there. On the 24th of May, 2021, the Secretariat for the Development of Nationalities was developed, and this is an organization that looks at the right for intercultural activities with a view to assimilating all peoples and nationalities, and in some of the key decisions, this is it for the New World. And the crafting of public policies and fundamental rights in democracy speaks to inclusiveness. This speaks to development for all peoples. In the face of all of this, now we have to think of changes. What are we going to do? What efforts are we going to make to broach and do away with racial discrimination through public policies which aim to strengthen cultural diversity for each country, to generate coordinated activities, to come up with the statistics or to fill in the statistics on minority groups is another point, and we have to refer to Native peoples as well. We have to speak to vulnerable groups. We have to have programs where culture, language, and everything that makes up an entire people and a nation is looked at with value to strengthen the state. In this regard, we have to learn to live together on equal conditions for development for an intercultural state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm now pleased to offer the floor to Ambassador Chet Namor of the Bahamas. You have the floor, Excellency.
Good morning to all, and thank you very much, Madam Chair. Tina, good morning. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Dean of the Corps of Permanent Representatives, Dean of the Corps of CARICOM, Chair. Protocol having been established, I wish to, given that this is the first occasion I'm speaking this morning, pay condolences on behalf of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and through you, Madam Chair, onto the permanent mission of the United States and to the people of the United States on the passing of the former Secretary of State, Honorable Madeleine Albright. Madam Albright was true to her name. She was always a bright beacon in the diplomatic and global arena. May her soul rest in peace. Madam Chair, I wish to affirm my country's association with the statements presented on behalf of CARICOM and those remarks made by my colleague, CARICOM ambassadors and alternates. I'm particularly moved and drawn to action by the resounding and eloquent intervention made by the distinguished delegate, Ms. Joy D. Davis-Lake of Antigua and Barbuda. Chair, I offer herein deep and abiding gratitude to the Office of the Assistant Secretary General for their continued stewardship of the commemorative activities around the week for people of African descent. In fact, I wish to take note that every time I enter the Simone Boulevard room, my attention is immediately drawn to the artwork in the foyer to the entrance. On that wall is a painting, a triptych, which symbolizes the three legs of the triangular slave trade. It was commissioned and installed in 2019 by the Assistant Secretary General's office, and the artist, Ms. Vanessa Cran, is from Haiti, a descendant. Expressions of sincerest appreciations are also extended to our speakers for today, who enlightened and inspired us with their presentation. Chair, I sit here today, the proud son from a small Bahamian settlement called Steventon, Exuma, perhaps best known for its rebellion against slavery nearly 2 centuries ago. My settlement became the unwilling home of a courageous African slave named Pompey. He was a human being that was trafficked, displaced, discriminated against, exploited, and mistreated for the benefit of an institution that was acceptable to many. Chair, I wonder if Pompey returned today, what would he think? With the elapse of centuries, what would he make of our current state of affairs? Chair, our countries and the peoples of African descent across the hemisphere have made inroads, strides, and have made extremely significant contributions during and after the abolition of slavery. We've made our indelible and unmatchable marks on history across the fields of entertainment, sports, business, science, and politics, amongst others, and many of our countries have emerged as former colonies who have built stable, vibrant, and friendly societies. Notwithstanding, the overriding question still remains: have our societies been enabling, or obstructive, or regressive? Or moreover, have we gone far enough and fast enough? Chair, we know that the vestiges of the struggles of our ancestors are still with us and are manifested in the structural, institutional, and interpersonal racism that people of African descent continue to face. In many of our countries, persons of African descent encounter circumstances that necessitates having to work harder only to get less farther. They also have to contend with deliberate ostracism from circles of power. They're denied wealth and access, and they have to live with unacceptably and disproportionately higher risk of facing unwarranted states of violence. Chair, we don't have the luxury, nor do we have the privilege of ever forgetting from whence we came, yet we still have work to do in the Americas. We therefore encourage greater efforts from our own Organization of American States. We entreat our inter-American human rights organs and oversight entities to prioritize protection against racial discrimination and revealing and reporting, without fear or without favor, instances of gross racial discrimination, systemic bias, and racially motivated hate crimes across the hemisphere that undermine our collective right to life, liberty, and a favorable environment for the realization of our aspirations. We expect that alongside the important emphasis around mainstreaming gender considerations in our projects and programming, we must also ensure that diversity, race, ethnicity, and minorities and related vulnerable groups are factored and are priority targets in our interventions to assist in leveling the playing field and curtailing of inequality within our institutions and in our countries. We also expect that our Secretariat will be more intentional and evident regarding meaningful execution of a geographic representation strategy to give real effect to Article 120 of the Charter. Chair, I conclude by reiterating the Bahamas' solidarity with those commemorating and celebrating the journey of the people of African descent in our hemisphere. However, our words today must also be accompanied with the work that is required, and as we continue to build societies worthy of the struggles and triumphs of our ancestors. We owe it to Pompeii. I thank you for your time and your attention, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm now pleased to offer the floor to the permanent representative of Mexico, Ambassador Lucelena Banos. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My delegation would like to commend the Permanent Council for this meeting and also for the participation of Mr. Lopez, the coordinator of the Afro-Mexican groups in Mexico in the state of Oaxaca and the National Institute for Indigenous Peoples. I would like to warmly greet him, and I truly appreciate his participation as well as the participation of the rest of the invited guests. We feel that the efforts made are very valuable, all the things that have been done in the region to look at the historical history of this group. And for Mexico, this is a vibrant third cultural leg for the people who have been victims of structural historical wrongs, including the consequences of the pandemic. Given the importance of the topic, Mexico has participated in the Inter-American Week for Afro-descendants of the Americas as part of its commitment and its plan of action for the Decade of African Descent. The Mexican state reiterates its commitment to the promotional guarantee and respect for human rights of all people, and in keeping with anti-discrimination public policy of our government that has taken various activities to improve conditions of the life of all Afro-Mexicans, men and women alike. In addition to these, we have a survey and a census for 2015 on ethnicity, considering indigenous populations as well. And for the very first time, under the self-recognition, the Center for the Population 2020 got results that are considered 2,650 people of African descent, of which 41.96% men and well as others for women. This represents 2.5 million people, all Mexicans, and of this Afro-Mexican population, 7.4% speak indigenous languages. The Afro-descendant people were brought as slaves from Africa from the viceroy ship of Mexico. They came twice to our coast, twice a year, including other kinds of migrations from Mexico. And currently, the Afro-Mexican population lives in the northern regions, in Eva Ruiz, and the coast in the states of Guerrero and Oaxaca, Tierra Caliente and Michoacán, in the state of Veracruz, especially in the region called Zanga, and in the Mascongo community in the state of Coahuila in the northern part of my country. With the creation of these entities, the Mexican government fully recognized about 2 million, or I should say 2008, Afro-Mexican peoples as peoples who have rights alongside indigenous peoples, as the roots and the origin of Mexico, given their tenacity, their resistance, and their courage in the various chapters of our national history. And as such, on 9th of August 2019, in Indent C, Article 2 of the Constitution, we included a policy of the United States of Mexico, recognition of Afro-Mexican and Native communities as part of the pluricultural makeup of the nation. This is a fundamental achievement. This is an historical moment that took 200 years, and we celebrate it in a very moving way, in as much as it points to the pluricultural and diverse nature of Mexico, and it makes us stand out. It's very poignant. In 2020, Mexico ratified the Inter-American Convention against all forms of discrimination and intolerance, and the Inter-American Convention against racism, racial discrimination, all related forms of intolerance. With a depository of ratification of my country, and when it went into force, we thus urge states of the OAS to ratify these instruments, particularly to ratify these instruments because they are two of the very most important instruments in the Inter-American system, and a product, fruit of all of the work of this organization that benefits people of our region and will allow us to move ahead to include all people. My delegation has made ongoing efforts, as you all well know, to encourage member states to ratify these conventions and other stakeholders to recognize it and to use them as they build their societies. As has been previously said, we now reiterate the Mexican state and the region still has a lot of challenges to eradicate structural discrimination when it comes to Afro-descendant people. But Mexico continues to do its level best and to accord priority to those who are involved so that we can promote development of a truly plurinational nation where all are included and no one is excluded. Communities and peoples of other countries can live with dignity and justice alike, recognizing and sharing a common house. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I'm now pleased to offer the floor to Ambassador Carmen Monton of the Permanent Observer Mission of Spain. You have the floor, Excellency.
Good morning. The fight against this racial discrimination is one of the priorities of the government of Spain, both in its domestic policy as well as its foreign policy. I would like to reiterate our commitment to carrying out public policies geared towards eliminating racial discrimination and building a society which is increasingly more equitable and inclusive. As was mentioned And as we have decried all those attitudes or manifestations that question the positive contributions and the diversity of our societies, we must be mindful. And the government of Spain has undertaken a host of different activities that contribute to the elimination of any form of racial discrimination and other related forms of intolerance. Without getting into the granular details, I would like to share with you that right now in Spain, we have public consultations on a proposal for the organic law against racism, racial discrimination, and related forms of intolerance. And in addition to that, let me also mention that the European Union has recently approved a plan of action for the European Union, which is on anti-racism 2020-2025, in which we have an important part, and that is to recognize structural racism, which is rooted in the history of our societies, interlinked with our roots, and which is reflected in the way that societies behave and are structured, and which oftentimes is carried out unconsciously. And lastly, I would like to recognize all the work that the OAS does in the fight against racism. And I recognize especially the work of the ICHR and Tredesca's work, La Tredesca, with the support of the Spanish cooperation through the Spanish Cooperation for International Cooperation of Human Rights. In March last year, published a report of economic, social, and cultural and environmental rights for Afro-descendant peoples, norms, or I should say inter-American standards for the prevention, combat, and fight against racial and structural discrimination. This is a blueprint. And let me just close by commending you for holding this special session of the Permanent Council as we commemorate the International Day of Remembrance of the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. We are fully committed to this organization and work against racism, xenophobia, Afrophobia, and anti-Semitism and xenophobia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. In keeping with the original intention that this would be a dialogue between member states and the presenter, offer the presenters the floor in the event that there are any concluding remarks which any of them wishes to make. I am not seeing any requests for the floor from our presenters. Therefore, I would like to thank them all for their presentations today. As there are no other delegations wishing to make interventions, and having heard the very informative presentations and comments on the issue, I am pleased to offer the floor to Commissioner Margaret May Macaulay, Rapporteur on the Rights of Persons of African Descent and Against Racial Discrimination of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Commissioner, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, Ambassador, and Secretary General Amargo. I am sorry, I've been sitting here all morning and I'm a little bit spaced out. And Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendez. I would like to express my deepest thanks, first of all, if you permit me, to Mr. Mendez, Assistant Secretary General, for ceding his time to permit me and permit me to make these few concluding remarks. But I greet also all the delegations of state parties and all members of the Secretariat of the OAS and the Commission who are present, and any other state representative, and ladies and gentlemen. So, on behalf of the Inter-American Commission, I would like to thank yourself, Madam Chair, the Secretary and the Secretary General for your very strong remarks and meaningful remarks which you made at the beginning of the session. And I also would like to thank the panelists for their necessary and powerful presentations, and the representatives of the state parties for their also powerful interventions, and most especially the representative from Antigua and Barbuda. I will, Madam Chair, the OAS is the leading political organization in the region for the promotion and defense of the rights of peoples, and consequently of those of African descent. Together with the Commission, efforts are joined and made to achieve the eradication of all forms of racial discrimination and the protection of the African descent population and indigenous peoples of our region. Therefore, I choose to focus not on what has been spoken about this morning very eloquently by everyone, which I adopt, but to focus on the current and paramount issue, which has a significant impact on ethno-racial groups, that is, climate change and racial justice. Madam Chair, structural racial discrimination, the legacy of a colonial and slave-owning social culture, caused a large number of people of African descent and tribal communities to live in situations of poverty and extreme poverty, as well as with unequal access to territories or a healthy environment or basic natural resources such as water, land, and areas with better air quality. As such, they are exposed to environmental hazards due to the extremely serious natural disasters they suffer and high levels of environmental pollution from toxic waste, poisoned natural resources, and from all forms of violence, abuse, hate speech, and other inhuman conduct meted towards them. This environmental racism, which increases their likelihood of experiencing health emergencies, humanitarian crisis, and situations of forced displacement, among other dangers, are all threatening their survival. Moreover, structural racial discrimination embedded in state institutions result in the absence of ethno-racial approaches which would take into consideration their historical needs during the planning, design, and implementation of environmental policies. This racial inequality in the context of climate justice represents a serious threat to the enjoyment of human rights, especially the economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights of peoples of African descent and tribal communities. States must adopt cross-cutting ethno-racial perspectives with a view to achieving climate justice and eliminating the social and economic gaps which have a differential effect and impact on Afro-descendants and tribal communities in situations of vulnerability. States must guarantee an effective, timely participation of these peoples in the construction and implementation of all policies concerning climate change. Recently, the Commission and its Office of Special Rapporteur on Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights published Resolution number 3/2021, in which it is emphasized that environmental disasters frequently linked to climate change threaten the ability of African descent peoples, tribal and rural communities to exercise their rights. It must be heard, it must be read, it must be understood, and it must be applied, the recommendations therein. In conclusion, the Commission makes a call to eradicate historical patterns of structural and systematic racial discrimination, including environmental racism, which disproportionately affect African descendants and tribal communities. We also call on states, parties which have signed the declaration, the convention, which has been mentioned so often today, that 12 state parties have signed, that by the end of this year, at least they, or a minimum of 4, should ratify the convention, so that the committee of independent persons nominated by the state and appointed can be established, which will monitor the implementation of the ratification of this all-important convention for the rights of Afro-descendant peoples to be treated equally and with equity now, today, and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Dear colleagues, we have concluded consideration of the agenda for today's meeting. Today's presentations, as well as the comments by delegations, will be reflected in the corresponding minutes of this special meeting. There being no further business to consider, this meeting is adjourned.